Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly take your seats, the program will begin shortly. Speaking order. Cari Luis, it is an honor to introduce the high-level opening panel of the 5th Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide, Strengthening the Effectiveness of International Mechanisms for Early Warning and Early Response to the Risk of Genocide and Other Atrocity Crimes. May I begin by welcoming their excellencies, Your Excellency, President Vahagan Khachaturian, President of the Republic of Armenia, Your Excellency, Mr. Ararat Mirziyoyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, Your Excellency, Mr. Ruben Rubinyan, Vice President of the Parliament, excellent representatives of embassies, ladies and gentlemen. This 5th Global Forum marks a pivotal moment for Armenia at a challenging time for the country and the world. Whereas the first Global Forum looked retrospectively, now we must look forward. As the great Armenian author Khachaturi Abovyan wrote, "This is a land whose people have stunned and will stun the whole world." Today you do so not through conquest or aggression, but through championship of human rights and the rule of law, notably playing an active role in the international fight against genocide and other mass atrocities. Armenia has, over the course of its history and to this day, continues to experience atrocities that shock the conscience of humanity. This experience makes Armenia uniquely poised to confront today's challenges, including as the latest member of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, a milestone on which Armenia was congratulated during its first Assembly of States Parties to the ICC as a member state in The Hague last week. Armenia has shown particular leadership with regards to genocide, the crime of crimes, introducing its first thematic resolution at the UN Commission on Human Rights dedicated to the 50th anniversary of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide back in 1998. At the interstitial meeting convened by Armenia at the Human Rights Council, the Secretary General commended the Republic of Armenia for keeping the question of the prevention of genocide on the agenda at the Human Rights Council. Today, the work continues, with only 153 states parties to the Genocide Convention, 4 cases currently before the International Court of Justice, and numerous situations of which the ICC is seized in which genocide could potentially be implicated. At this conference, we will explore the current resolution on prevention of genocide presented by Armenia within the Human Rights Council. The resolution seeks not only to universalize the convention, calling on all treaties to ratify, but also to operationalize the treaty, including recognizing the importance of international courts, ICC and ICJ, for prevention, protection of victims, and punishment and bringing to justice perpetrators. As the first of the 4 genocide cases currently before the ICJ, brought by the Gambia, illustrates a small country can have enormous impact. At this year's conference, we will examine early warning and response mechanisms within the UN, and we will aim to demonstrate the commitment of a global network uniting different actors from politicians, UN officials, parliamentarians, and civil society. Together, over the course of these 2 days, we will look not only at existing mechanisms, but evolving dynamics with regards to genocide prevention, and we will aim to explore to what extent there is a gap or schism between the two. Today, there is a pivotal role for Armenia in the international arena in promotion of prevention of genocide. And now, to formally open this discussion, it is my distinct privilege to welcome to the floor His Excellency Vahagan Khachaturian, the President of the Republic of Armenia. Mr. President.
Your Excellencies, dear Ministers, dear Deputies, dear Excellencies, dear guests. It's a pleasure to welcome you at the 5th Global Forum Against the Crime of the Genocide. Up until 1948, when Raphael Lemkin coined the term genocide, this crime had different names. But neither international guarantees for prosecution nor for the legal tools for prevention. Since its independence and accession of the United Nations of the Republic of Armenia as a state, descent of the people who went through the calamity of the Armenian genocide took a leadership in promoting the issues of prevention of genocides, punishment for this crime, and preserving the memory of victims in multilateral international fora. For almost 10 years, the Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide united the voices, vision, warnings, and calls of political leaders, the most remarkable scientists of the area, civil society, advocates for victims and survivors to make the promise of never again into irreversible reality. I can surely say that this is an established and successful initiative that aims at deliberations and solutions around one of the most complex and urgent issues of international politics and history. At the same time, crimes against humanity, genocides, and threat for their repetition are as relevant as ever. Against the background of current crisis of deepening global insecurity, of thematic coverage of the Fifth Global Forum is pertinent and necessary. In the course of coming 2 days, the toolkit for prevention of genocide and other crimes against humanity will be explored to understand its gaps and strengths and focus our attention, efforts on mechanisms which must be continuously enhanced. Prevention of genocide, protection of peaceful population, the respect towards international law, and fight against impunity are the primary responsibility of states. Today, the principal position of our state is building and maintaining peace anchored on human rights-based solutions, as well as just and sustainable international system, the one that is capable of detecting human rights violations, early signs of atrocities, and deliver adequate responses. We are sure that early prevention must be one of the cornerstones of efficient international security system. I'm confident that during the 2 days of the forum, our guests and participants from Armenia will propose workable solutions on the strengthening of human rights mechanisms and multilateral bodies, on the important role of international judicial organs and implementation of their decisions, on amplifying the voices of civil society and academia. I wish all the success to the Fifth Global Forum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will now hear a short message by Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, on the occasion of the International Day of the Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of this Crime, which we commemorated earlier this week, which will be presented by Ms. Françoise Jacob, the UN Resident Coordinator in Armenia. Ms. Jacob.
Good morning. Bonjour. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Armenia, dear Minister of Foreign Affairs, distinguished representative of the government, Excellencies, dear guests. It's my privilege to deliver this short statement. So, this is a statement that was delivered on Monday by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. On that day, the 9th of December, we mark the 17th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Adopted in the wake of the horrors of the Holocaust, and a day before the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention is a pledge to the victims and to the survivors of genocide to ensure that these atrocities never occur again. Armenia became a party of the Convention in 1993, so 2 years after the independence. Tragically, in a world plagued by division, mistrust, and violence, the dark spectre of genocide is still with us. In the name of the victims and of the survivors of genocide, all governments must ratify. All governments must ratify and fully implement the Convention, holding perpetrators to account. We must respect and implement decisions of the International Court of Justice on the application of the Convention. And here, a quick bracket for those who are non-expert in the room. The Genocide Convention authorizes the mandatory jurisdiction of the ICJ to adjudicate disputes. The Convention defines genocide as any of the 5 acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. These 5 acts include killing members of the group, causing them serious bodily or mental harm, imposing living conditions intended to destroy the group, preventing birth, and forcibly transferring children out of the group. The Convention criminalizes complicity, attempt, direct, and public incitement. We must strengthen the tools of prevention, including education and countering mis- and disinformation that can fuel hate speech and genocidal intent and action. And we must do everything possible to identify early warning signs and sound the alarm. The best way to honor the victims and the survivors of genocide is to ramp up action to prevent this atrocious crime, and this is what the gathering is going to do in the coming 2 days. So thank you everyone for coming here. Thank you for your participation and your commitment, and on behalf of the United Nations, I wish you a very productive 2 days. Thank you.
It is now my privilege to welcome to the podium Your Excellency Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan, Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Armenia.
Մեծարգո պարոն նախագահ, ձեր գերազանցություններ, հարգելի գործընկերներ։ Պատիվ ունեմ ողջունել ձեզ ընդդեմ ցեղասպանության հանցագործության 5-րդ գլոբալ ֆորումին։ Ցեղասպանության հանցագործությունների քննարկման նորակարգն արդեն 5-րդ անգամ է Երևանում մեկտեղում քաղաքական գործիչների, միջազգային կառույցների ներկայացուցիչների, ոլորտի հայտնի դատավորների, իրավապաշտպանների, քաղաքացիական հասարակության ներկայացուցիչների։ Վստահ եմ գիտեք նաև, որ այս ֆորումը հյուրընկալելուց բացի Հայաստանը նաև ՄԱԿ-ի Մարդու իրավունքների խորհրդի շրջանակում ներկայացվող ցեղասպանության կանխարգելում բանաձևի հեղինակն է, որը վերջին անգամ ընդունվել է այս տարվա մարտ ամսին, եւ դրա հիմնական թեմաներից մեկը եղել է հենց ցեղասպանության վաղ նախազգուշացումն ու վաղ արձագանքումն ապահովելու հարցը։ Պիտի նշեմ, որ այս տարիների ընթացքում բանաձևում մշտապես իրականացվել են բովանդակային կարևոր լրացումներ, իսկ հերթական գլոբալ ֆորումի կազմակերպման ժամանակ երբեք չի եղել քննարկվող թեմաների պակաս։ Եվ այս փաստը, որքան էլ տարօրինակ հնչի, որպես դրական արձանագրում չեմ անում։ Այս փաստը մի ցավալի իրողություն, որն արձանագրում է մեր որպես միջազգային հանրության ջանքերի արդյունավետության պակասը կամ, եթե կուզեք ավելի անկեղծ, մեր հավաքական անկարողությունը կանխել աշխարհում տեղի ունեցող մարդկության դեմ ուղղված ոճրագործությունները եւ ցեղասպանությունները։ Անգամ օրեր առաջ, դեկտեմբերի 9-ին, ցեղասպանության զոհերի հիշատակի եւ այդ հանցագործության կանխարգելման միջազգային օրը, անգամ դրանից 3 օր առաջ, անգամ դրանից 3 օր հետո այսօր, աշխարհի տարբեր անկյուններում եւ հատկապես զինված հակամարտությունների գոտիներում մենք ականատես ենք լինում ցեղասպանական գործողությունների, դրսևորումների, ազդակների, որոնք խոսում են մարդկության դեմ հասունացող նոր հանցագործությունների մասին։ Ցավոք, միջազգային հանրությունը ցեղասպանությունների եւ զանգվածային այլ ոճրագործությունների մասին սկսում է ավելի շատ խոսել եւ ուշադրություն դարձնել, երբ դրանք արդեն իսկ կայացած փաստեր են։ Մեր տարածաշրջանում դրականատեսը եղանք ոչ միայն շուրջ 110 տարի առաջ հայոց ցեղասպանության պարագայում, այլև բառացիորեն անցյալ տարի, երբ թվում էր աշխարհին տեսանելի են բավարար ռիսկի գործոններ, որոնք կարող են հանգեցնել անդառնալի հետևանքների։ Ցավոք, մենք անկարող եղանք կանխել եւ այսօր ականատես ենք այդ անդառնալի հետևանքներին։ Սա այն օրինակներից է, երբ միջազգային կառույցների արձագանքը հավասարազոր չէր ռիսկի
Split to hatred
գործոնների
eventually turned. The example I give about the Armenians twice. One of the most important risk factors spread of the hatred eventually turned from the speech into a crime. The example I give about the Armenians applies to the circumstances and causes for all other genocides and mass atrocities, since the foundation triggers and risk factors for this crime are the same. The situation in the world and the dangerous trends of genocidal risks should force us to find more effective ways to save people's lives. Bureaucratic machine, heavy machine, should become more sensitive and flexible, not only in terms of ensuring an effective response, but also in terms of showing equal treatment to everyone. Ensuring the protection of national, racial, ethnic groups should continue to be at the center of the attention of the international human rights system. At the same time, it is clear that the only guarantee of success in this regard is close international cooperation, including between civil society organizations, the other factors from the member states or regional organizations of the United Nations. Ensuring this cooperation has long become a common responsibility in which both in its role have major regional actors and United Security Council members, as well as the small states that have an impact on the situation on the ground and often take a pioneering role in advancing the prevention agenda, have their own unique role. In this context, the topics selected from this year's forum dedicated to the early detection of the risks and improvement of our early prevention mechanism through the cooperation of all stakeholders are more than relevant. Dear colleagues, I want to perceive the assessments made at the beginning of my speech as a call to unite all our will, knowledge, and determination to fight for the prevention of the genocides. Only consensus will allow us to overcome the chain of desperation and fight for the restoration of the rights-based world order. I would like to conclude my speech with a very important provision of the Genocide Prevention Act. All people contribute to the diversity and enrichment of civilizations and cultures, which constitute a common heritage of humanity. And the task of protecting this heritage is the responsibility of each of us. I wish the participants of the forum interesting discussions and fruitful work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellencies. May I kindly ask participants to remain in their seats as we have a short technical break as Their Excellencies, the President and Minister of Foreign Affairs, exit the premises.
I send my greetings to this 5th Global Forum against the crime of genocide.
We will now hear a short video message by Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights.
I send my greetings to this 5th Global Forum against the crime of genocide. Your gathering is all the more important at a time when there are horrifying indications of atrocity crimes up to and including genocide in several regions of the world. I welcome this meeting's emphasis on prevention based on early warning and early response to the risk of genocide. The most important way to prevent atrocity crimes, including genocide, is for all governments and all parties to conflict fully to respect international law. Because these grave crimes do not arise out of nowhere. They are preceded by patterns of systematic discrimination, exclusion, and incitement to hatred based on race, ethnicity, religion, or other characteristics, as well as other gross violations of human rights. States have the primary duty and legal obligation to prevent violations when risks are present. Today, many states are failing to live up to that responsibility. From this important platform in Armenia, I urge all countries to abide by, promote, and enforce the rules of war. I also urge governments to cooperate in the investigation and prosecution of human rights violations or abuses amounting to international crimes. That means consistently supporting international accountability mechanisms, including the International Criminal Court, and fully respecting and implementing their decisions. And it means assessing all policies, including the provision of support to parties to conflicts, with a view to ending such support if it presents clear risks of facilitating serious violations of international law. We are far from powerless to prevent and reduce the risk of genocide and other atrocity crimes. National and regional strategies on hate speech, education on previous genocides, measures to counter incitement to racial, religious, and other forms of hatred. These are all proactive steps that governments and societies at large are taking, supported by my office and the broader United Nations. As individuals, we must all commit to building a culture of peace based on human rights and human dignity. I urge participants in this forum to promote and engage in all these efforts. And at this critical time, I wish you a successful gathering.
And we will now have a message by Virginia Gamba, the Acting Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, which will be presented by Mr. Mario Guil-Mercé, Senior Political Affairs Officer and Chief of Office at the UN Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect. Sir.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
I send my greetings to this 5th Global Forum against the crime of genocide.
So do I, and so does my boss, who's the Acting Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, and whose message we'll read right now. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you today in my capacity as United Nations Acting Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. I would like to express my strong appreciation to the government of Armenia for gathering practitioners in the field of genocide prevention from all across the world at this 5th Global Forum against the crime of genocide. This week marks 76 years since the adoption of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Yet, the discussions that you are about to have on the effectiveness of mechanisms for early warning and response could not be timelier. History has taught us enough lessons, warning signs, and knowledge throughout different generations and societies to know that and challenge hatred, discrimination, and violence, particularly when targeted to specific identity groups because of who they are, can lead to the commission of genocide, the gravest of crimes. In response precisely to the lessons of history, the 1948 Genocide Convention came as a promise of protection, prevention, and punishment. Yet, decades later, the collective failure to prevent the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda and the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica in Bosnia and Herzegovina brought to light the challenges of that given promise. Challenges that we continue to see to this day and which we work daily to address. This includes through the mandate of the United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, which is strongly dedicated to early warning and to bringing situations of concern, those that could potentially lead into the commission of the crime of genocide, to the Secretary General and through him to the Security Council. This is done on the knowledge and recognition that genocide is a process, one which can be seen unfolding, and as such, it can be prevented. This collective historical knowledge has informed the set of risk factors and indicators that the United Nations Office of the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide uses in its daily analysis of concerning situations across the world. Many of you, as leading actors and practitioners in this field, are familiar with this methodology, use it, and add to it through your own assessments and work. It is imperative that we keep building upon this work to expand our collective capacity to prevent. While the element of intent to destroy entire groups on the basis of identity remains present as a defining element of commission of this crime, the tactics and tools that are being used in enabling and conducting serious international crimes evolve as the conflicts themselves evolve. I'm looking forward to your discussions, our discussions, on how we can collectively enhance our early warning systems to stay ahead of this curve. This also entails, of course, acting in time, and for this, recommitment of member states to prevent and halt genocides and to uphold the international legal system remains critical. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the responsibility of prevention is collective. Under customary international law, this responsibility is binding upon all states, whether or not they have ratified the Genocide Convention. We need to keep emphasizing this, as the need for prevention of this crime remains imperative and remains urgent. I look forward to your discussions and wish you a successful forum. Thank you very much.
It is now my privilege to welcome to the floor His Excellency Egils Levits, the former President of Latvia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, genocide represents one of the humanity's darkest atrocities, an intentional effort to eradicate entire groups based on their ethnicity, religion, nationality, or race. I will focus in my short speech on one of the most important tools to prevent genocide, the international criminal law. The prevention of such crimes is a fundamental obligation of the international community, and the role of international criminal law in achieving this goal cannot be overstated. Because the impunity of the perpetrators can be understood by them, and more importantly, by all potential perpetrators, as a carte blanche to commit this crime. Through accountability, deterrence, and justice, international criminal law has become a vital mechanism to ensuring that those responsible for genocide and other crimes of atrocity are held accountable, and such horrors are less likely to occur in the future. The Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948, forms the cornerstone of international efforts to prevent and respond to genocide. Al-Bashir managed to evade arrest for many years. The warrant itself signaled a shift in international norms. Heads of state can no longer assume immunity for acts of mass violence. The International Criminal Court for Rwanda provides a compelling example of the significance of international criminal law. The tribunal's work set important precedents by emphasizing that state leaders and officials could be held criminally accountable for their actions, helping to end impunity for those who committed gross violations of human rights. Similarly, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia was set up to address war crimes committed during the Balkan conflict in the 1990s. It demonstrated that genocide, war crimes, and other international atrocity crimes, such as the mass killings in Srebrenica, would not be tolerated by the international community. High-profile convictions, such as that of Ratko Mladic, known as a butcher of Bosnia, showed that justice could reach even those in positions of considerable power. The deterrent effect of international criminal law is central to its role in prevention of genocide. By signaling that perpetrators will face consequences, international criminal tribunals contribute to a system in which political and military leaders are more cautious about using genocidal tactics. While this deterrent effect can be difficult to quantify, the existence of the International Criminal Court and the growing body of international criminal jurisprudence serve as a reminder that the world is watching and accountability is possible. Despite its successes, international criminal law faces challenges in preventing genocide. Political considerations and obstructions often complicate enforcement, and the principle of state sovereignty hinders intervention. For instance, the slow response of the crisis in Myanmar, where Rohingya people face systematic persecution, highlighted the limitations of international mechanisms when powerful states oppose intervention. The ongoing war of Russia against Ukraine presents another significant challenge for international criminal law. There have been numerous reports of actions by Russian forces that may constitute genocide or genocide-like tactics, such as a forced deportation and Russification of Ukrainian children, as well as aggressive hate speech by high-ranking Russian officials that calls for the destruction of Ukrainian identity. For example, statements by some high-ranking Russian governmental officials have framed Ukrainians as needing to be re-educated or erased as a distinct culture, which raises serious concerns under the Genocide Convention. Addressing these international crimes effectively requires a concerted international effort, including the potential establishment of a special tribunal, like in Yugoslavia. A dedicated tribunal for the crime of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine would help ensure that those responsible are accountable, particularly given the limitations of the International Criminal Court in its jurisdiction in this specific case. Starting the war of aggression is an initial crime for all the following crimes against Ukraine. It cannot be excluded that among the international crimes there may be also genocidal acts. There are also emerging concerns about the actions of Israeli forces in Gaza, which have led to accusations of potential war crimes and other atrocity crimes. While these allegations are yet to be fully investigated, they underscore the ongoing need for vigilance and a robust international legal framework to address potential acts of genocide and other atrocity crimes wherever they occur. I would like to stress that we must always use the term genocide correctly, so as not to obscure the absolutely exceptional character of this most horrific crime. But we also must not cowardly avoid the use of the term genocide if it is really committed. Our language and actions must always remain correct and honest in this very emotional and sensitive area. Even if the international criminal law enforcements are rare and incomplete, their very existence as such is a certain instrument of prevention of genocide. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the political will of those states which respect the law and rules-based international order, to help the international criminal justice to prevent and prosecute the genocide and other international atrocity crimes. In democracies, civil society plays a particularly important role in shaping and strengthening of this political will. The punishment of perpetrators is crucial not only for preventing future genocides, but also for restoring a sense of justice to already affected communities. Accountability helps survivors and the families of victims regain trust in the rule of law and feel that their suffering has been acknowledged. It is an essential element in healing the trauma inflicted by genocide, as it recognizes the gravity of the crimes committed and reaffirms the dignity of the victims. Furthermore, the successful prosecution of those responsible sends a powerful message that the international community will not tolerate such crimes and those who commit them will face consequences. This dual effect, both as deterrent to potential future perpetrators and as a means of delivering justice to victims, is vital for the long-term stability and reconciliation of societies that have experienced genocide. It applies also to cases of historical genocide in past. It's very important, especially for Armenia, because it is necessary in order to heal the historical bounds. Because the genocide that is not recognized as such prolongs the trauma and the suffering of victim society, often across generations. The effectiveness of the international justice mechanism is a sign of the international community that it takes genocide and other atrocity crimes seriously and is willing to prevent them from being committed in the future. The International Criminal Court and other international institutions of investigation and prosecution of genocide rely on the cooperation of states. This highlights the importance of political will and the need for a more robust system of international cooperation in this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the prevention of genocide is one of the most pressing moral imperatives facing the global community. International criminal law, with its focus on accountability, justice, and deterrence, is an essential tool in fighting of this horrible crime. The successes of International Criminal Court, of the tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda, demonstrates that international justice is possible, even if it is still incomplete and imperfect. While challenges remain, the continued development and strengthening of international criminal law, international criminal justice, offer hope that the world can move closer to ensuring that never again becomes reality, rather than mere aspiration. Thank you for your attention.
And for our final speaker in this high-level opening panel, I welcome Ms. Melanie O'Brien, the President of the International Association of Genocide Scholars.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Baravdets, it is an honor to return to the Global Forum, an event that the International Association of Genocide Scholars is proud to be a collaborative partner on with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. Today and tomorrow, we will explore issues related to strengthening the effectiveness of international mechanisms in addressing the risks of atrocity crimes, particularly genocide. In my book, From Discrimination to Death, which was launched at this very global forum 2 years ago, I advocate for the greater use of the UN human rights system as a tool in genocide prevention. My book presents genocide as a pattern of human rights violations, a pattern that should be recognized by international mechanisms whose role is to monitor and act on human rights abuses. But I also posit that this pattern should be used by prosecutors and judges of international courts to argue that the crime of genocide has taken place or is taking place. And dovetailing from His Excellency Levitsa's talk, it is this second scenario that I wish to explore today. We tend to think of courts as mechanisms to step in when the crimes have already been committed, and of course we cannot commit a crime that has not happened. However, when it comes to genocide, the role of courts needs to be reconsidered. Genocide, after all, is a process, not an event. It is not one crime at one time. It is many crimes over a long period of time, whether that be months or years. Focus is usually on the mass killings of genocide, but of course, the definition of genocide that we find in the Genocide Convention and in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court includes crimes other than killing members of the target group. These crimes are causing serious bodily or mental harm, inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction, imposing measures intended to prevent births, and forcibly transferring children to another group. While some of these may result in deaths, none of these crimes require death to be part of the actus reus of the crime. This tells us that genocide is about more than death or killing, and we need to draw more attention to these other crimes which are committed during the genocide process, usually as it builds up to the killing phase. Therefore, I am advocating that courts, and here I want to use the examples of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice as examples, act during this genocide process as a mechanism for midstream prevention. That is, if there are cases being actioned in these courts for genocide crimes before the killing takes place, or even while it is taking place, then the deterrent role of courts may have a more immediate effect than simply deterring future other genocides, but instead deterring current genocides from continuing or escalating. Looking at the ICC, there is a tendency to shy away from genocide charges. We have multiple situations in the ICC that could include genocide charges, but do not. Darfur, Sudan is the only ICC situation that currently includes any genocide charges, which are those levied against the former president, Omar al-Bashir. Al-Bashir is yet to be surrendered to the ICC. There is little deterrence if states do not arrest those wanted by the ICC. Al-Bashir may have been deposed, but the genocide in Sudan has reappeared this year. Perhaps if al-Bashir had been arrested, surrendered, and prosecuted, that is, held accountable for his crimes, then others on the ground in Sudan may have been deterred from committing these crimes anew in 2024. I will return to the issue of arrest and surrender in due course. There are several situations before the ICC in which genocide charges could be brought but have not been. What makes these significant is that these situations are ongoing cases of genocide. The investigation into crimes against the Rohingya has only just resulted in an arrest warrant issued for one person, Min Aung Hlaing, the head of the Myanmar military, the Tatmadaw. It does not include genocide charges, despite myriad reports declaring the crimes against Rohingya as genocide. After a lull following the 2021 coup in Myanmar, crimes against the Rohingya have re-emerged in 2024 with re-escalating violence and persecution of this minority group. Arrest warrants have been issued for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. These do not include genocide charges, again, despite reports from the UN and human rights NGOs that crimes being committed in Gaza, Palestine, amount to genocide. Finally, arrest warrants have been issued for Russian President Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova, Commissioner for Children's Rights in the Office of the Russian President. These arrest warrants include charges for war crimes related to the transfer of children from Ukraine to Russia, and yet, despite the context of this transfer being one of the clearest examples of the genocide crime of transfer of children from the group to another group, there are no genocide charges relating to the transfer and Russification of these children. All three of these situations are current. They are ongoing genocide crimes, which may or may not include the crime of killing. But they certainly include other genocide crimes, and the Office of the Prosecutor should bring such charges against these alleged perpetrators. Now, Prosecutor Khan is clearly not a meek prosecutor. He has requested arrest warrants for multiple sitting heads of state. Requests that the court, also not being meek, has granted. This in itself, of course, is highly significant and marks a turning point in criminal accountability where the ICC has arrest warrants issued for multiple former and sitting heads of state. But if the ICC is to hold a role in the prevention of genocide, then the prosecutor needs to include genocide charges where they are applicable. I know there is a fear of charging genocide and not being able to prove it because the challenge of proving the dolus specialis, the genocidal intent, is very difficult. But the three examples that I've given are clear-cut cases with an extensive amount of evidence to support genocide charges. And just because a crime is challenging to prove in court, it does not mean that it should be ignored. Of course, for the ICC to be more effective as a genocide prevention tool, this requires the political support and action on the ground by states. In 2015, al-Bashir, already the subject of ICC arrest warrants for genocide several years earlier, visited South Africa, where he was not arrested and surrendered, but instead managed to, and I quote, slip away. Clearly a breach of its obligations as a state party to the Rome Statute, South Africa's own Supreme Court of Appeal also found that this failure to arrest al-Bashir was a breach of South African domestic law. No action was taken against South Africa by the ICC's Assembly of State Parties, and we continue to see failures to arrest wanted fugitives. Mongolia, an ICC state party, recently invited Vladimir Putin to visit Mongolia, and during this visit did not arrest Putin. Mongolia's failure to comply with its Rome Statute obligations is now under review by the ICC's Assembly of State Parties. After the arrest warrant was recently issued for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, several ICC state parties have said they will not arrest and surrender him if he visits their territory, although thankfully many have expressed their support for the court and that they will comply with their obligations. Now, without accountability for breaches of international law, these mechanisms will become redundant. And by accountability, I am referring to both the individual criminal accountability, but also the state accountability, including states who breach the obligations that they agreed to uphold when they became parties to international instruments such as the Rome Statute and the Genocide Convention. Because, after all, we have to remember that by arresting a fugitive wanted by the ICC, a state is upholding its obligations under both of those treaties. Which brings me to the Genocide Convention. After no cases under this treaty for the first 50 years of its life, we now have 4 active cases under the Genocide Convention in the International Court of Justice. This demonstrates a new willingness of states to implement such an important convention and to uphold their own obligations under the convention. Taking a case to the ICJ is a means of a state by upholding their obligation to prevent and punish genocide. An unprecedented number of states have also intervened in several of these cases, including more than 30 states who have intervened in the Ukraine v. Russia case. Now, these 4 cases are all related to the same 3 atrocity situations I have already mentioned: Myanmar, Palestine, and Ukraine. That said, the Ukraine case is not accusing Russia of committing genocide. It does not address this forcible transfer of children, as the ICJ case was initiated before these crimes occurred. There is scope then for another case against the Russian Federation under the Genocide Convention. However, the cases relating to Myanmar and Palestine should be viewed through the lens of preventive processes, where the ICJ has issued provisional measures orders designed to stop the crimes against the target groups. Unfortunately, though, again, the lack of state pressure on Myanmar and Israel to comply with the ICJ's provisional measures orders is sadly shrinking the deterrence potential of this important institution. Even the spectre of being held in violation of the Genocide Convention in a merits decision does not seem to deter these states, who knew that the ICJ's findings will not be enforced by the Security Council. Therefore, we need states to stand up for what is not only the morally right thing to do, but is also the lawful thing to do. If states want to support the Genocide Convention cases in the ICJ, or to be a party to the International Criminal Court, then they need to be a bigger part of the pressure on and action against perpetrator states to comply with ICJ orders and to comply with their ICC obligations and arrest those who are wanted by that court. And this means action against all perpetrators and their states, not just those whom it is politically convenient to hold accountable. My call then is for the ICC prosecutor to bring genocide charges where warranted, and for states to support the ICC and the ICJ as courts seeking to prevent and punish genocide. Together, let us build up this court system into a strong mechanism for the prevention of genocide. Thank you.
It
is now my privilege to conclude this opening panel of the 5th Global Forum on the Prevention of Genocide. Please join me in thanking all of our eminent speakers for their interventions, which have so powerfully launched these 2 days of deliberations. And we will now have a short coffee break before continuing with our program. Thank you.
ասում ենք տանում ենք։ Ուր ենք տանում։ Հա, պրոստը պտի կորի։ Ոնց ասես, շեֆ։ Մեր միկրոֆոնը ձեզ
2, 3, 4, раз, 1, 2, раз.
Չէ, բաժակ էս կողմ դնենք։
Էդի հա։
Կալցես հենց անում։
Раз, 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 1, 2, раз.
Всё, պետք չի։
Մեկ, երկու, մեկ, 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 մեկ։ Մեկ, 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 մեկ։ Մեկ, մեկ, մեկ։ Հայտնվի էլի երևի։ Էր։
Էսա երկրորդը, ուստի հիմա կոմոդ։ Մի հատնա, մի հատը։ Կար էլի իզնաչալնը, երկրորդը չի գտնվել, չէ։ Մեկը Ռոզայինը։
Մեկ, մեկ։ Մեկ։
Հա, մի հատ էլա։
Մեկ, մեկ։
Մոդերատորը սրանով չի օգտվում։
Տատևիկ ջան, ասի մի հատ։ Շատ լավ է։ Մեկ, մեկ, շատ լավ է։
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три.
Hello, everyone. We would get started soon. If you please take your seats. Hello, everyone. Good morning, almost good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us for the plenary session. My name is Elisabeth Bramendorfer. I am the Geneva representative of the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect, and it is an honor for us to be back in beautiful Yerevan for this very, very important discussion with all of you. We have a unique advantage. We are the plenary before the lunch break. So we know everyone is still wide awake and full of energy for the next 1.5 hours. For those of you who know us at the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect, we are an international human rights organization that seeks to prevent and halt genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing by working very closely with cross-regional governments from around the world, with affected communities, civil society organizations, and regional organizations to effectively and consistently implement the principle of the responsibility to protect. And in this context, we engage, among others, in New York with the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council, and in my context in Geneva with the entire UN human rights system. And that, of course, includes the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms and procedures, to make sure that we turn early warning, the topic of today and tomorrow, into early action, and to use all tools at our disposal to meaningfully respond to atrocity risks and crimes, to contribute to judicial and non-judicial accountability, and to prevent their recurrence. And among many others, we also serve as the Secretariat for 2 intergovernmental networks, the Global Network of R2P Focal Points, and the Group of Friends of R2P, and I'm saying this because we have the pleasure of having representatives from both networks here with us today. We work daily with human rights defenders and affected communities, whether that's in Gaza and in the West Bank, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, in China, in Venezuela and Yemen, and so many other crisis situations, in making sure that not only their voices are heard, but that their voices are the central part of decision-making processes in the UN and multilateral system on how to better protect populations from atrocity crimes, everywhere and at all times. So today I stand in solidarity with all our colleagues, with all victims and survivors. I know you all do too. And I want to stress that solidarity is not enough, but it's the absolute bare minimum that we can do today here at this gathering and in our work. Let me begin by once again expressing my deep, deep gratitude to the Republic of Armenia for convening us, but also, most importantly, for your long-standing, your principled, your courageous, and your unwavering commitment to genocide and atrocity prevention and building that architecture also in the multilateral system. In addition to our long-standing partnership in New York, I've also had the pleasure of working with your team in Geneva on your biannual resolution on genocide prevention and in your participation in the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes Network, of which we are a steering group member. And I also want to stress that today and always, we stand with the Armenian people, we stand with many civil society organizations and many, but not enough, governments from around the world that have recognized that the acts that took place here more than 100 years ago are not only a tragedy, they also constitute the crime of genocide. And I want to also remember here today the recent ethnic cleansing of Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. Over the next 1.5 hours or so, we will discuss evolving risk factors of genocide and other mass atrocity crimes, and we will also specifically look at the role of small states. So I'm absolutely delighted we'll have two small but very powerful state representatives here with us today who will share more about that. I'm really, really honored to introduce you to our distinguished panel, and I will start to my right with His Excellency Sorab Natsakanyan, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, and among many, many other positions, His Excellency also was Ambassador and Permanent Representative in New York, but really importantly in Geneva in the lead up and in the context of the creation of the UN Human Rights Council. So it's really an honor to have him here with us. We will also hear a video message from another dear friend and distinguished diplomat, Ambassador Cristian Guillermo Fernandez from Costa Rica, of whom we have the pleasure of working with in his role as chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, GAAMAC network, which is a state-led network of states, civil society, and academic institutions committed to preventing atrocity crimes worldwide. And Ambassador Guillermo Fernandez is also currently the co-chair of the Geneva-based group of friends of R2P. We also have here with us today Dr. Anahit Manassian, who's the human rights defender of the Republic of Armenia and who has remarkable experience with a large number of different government institutions. She's a renowned author and expert on both human rights and constitutional rights. Next, we have Dr. Evelina Ochap, who's a lawyer, a human rights expert and advocate and author. She's senior program lawyer with the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, but also, very importantly, the co-founder of the Coalition for Genocide Response, which is a human rights coalition building organization. And it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. And last, but absolutely not least, a dear friend and a personal champion on atrocity prevention and the responsibility to protect, Ambassador Blanka Jamnisek of Slovenia. Again, in addition to many, many other posts, she has also since 2015 served as the national contact point for Slovenia on the responsibility to protect, and so delighted to have you all here with us today. While I still have the power over the microphone, I will abuse that for a minute or so longer and just share a few reflections from my side before we really go into warning signs on atrocity risks and the role of small states. And I want to really just emphasize that, 2024 is coming to an end. In a few weeks' time, 2025, we will commemorate the 20th anniversary of the responsibility to protect. I am very deliberately using the word commemorate and not celebrate, because if we look at the state of the world, there is very little to celebrate. At this very moment in time, while we are all gathered here, millions of people around the world continue to lose their lives, their loved ones, their livelihoods, and their dignity as perpetrators continue to commit atrocity crimes with impunity. And all too often, we witness a hierarchy of victimhood and an arbitrariness in compassion and condemnation. I also want to be very honest, for those of us who have been in this space for a very long time, selective response to atrocity crises around the world has always been the name of the game. I'm thinking of Rohingya Muslims in 2017. I'm thinking of Sudanese civilians who are trapped in decades of cycles of violence and who at this very moment are at imminent risk of genocide and crimes against humanity in various parts of the country. But I'm also particularly thinking of Palestinians who currently face genocide in Gaza, but also those in the West Bank who face systematic repression and occupation for many, many, many decades. And I'm thinking of communities in Ethiopia, in the Uyghur region of China, and so many other places. I think what is unique about the times that we are in now is that in addition to this, we have also seen over the past year or so an absolutely unprecedented attack on international protection norms, on mechanisms and institutions, and I would also like to name them: the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, the UN Human Rights Council, special rapporteurs, investigative mechanisms mandated by the HRC, but also civil society organizations, human rights defenders who provide evidence and who shed light on atrocity crimes. This means that we not only fail in protecting populations from atrocity crimes, we also undermine deliberately the very institutions that we created to protect them. This is unacceptable. So while we will focus on risk factors over the next hour and a half or so, I want to be really clear. In all of these years that we have been doing this work, and we're looking at early warning signs, we're looking at atrocity risks, we're looking at the role the human rights system plays in bringing that information to our attention, it is never the warning signs that are missing. It is always early action, principled, consistent early action that is missing, and making sure that we prioritize legal obligations over political loyalty. I've said this many times. I want to say it in conclusion again here today. Legal and political instruments, and that includes the Genocide Convention, it includes the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, it includes the responsibility to protect, only have meaning and they only have value if we are willing to uphold our commitments everywhere and at all times. If we fail to do so, this will seriously harm the credibility whenever governments do take action and call for respect for precisely these norms and values. And so I am truly, truly grateful for this opportunity for all of us today and tomorrow to exchange on how we really can do better. So my gratitude goes to the Republic of Armenia and to all of you for being here today. And with that, I shall rest my case and hand over to His Excellency for his remarks. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth, and I'm truly honored to be a panelist here, and would want to start with commending and thanking my colleagues, the Foreign Minister and the Foreign Ministry colleagues, the diplomats, for consistency in developing and expanding the normative framework for genocide prevention through consistent sponsorship of resolutions in the Human Rights Council, the latest of which was in April 2024, Human Rights Council Resolution 55/13. And equally, I want to again and thank for consistency in sustaining this present global forum as a platform for dialogue and discussion, as much as for linking this platform with the broader network of regional, cross-regional, international units, organizations concerned with the prevention agenda. I would go way back to the 70s and 80s when prominent scholars and practitioners, most specifically Benjamin Whitaker, recognized the disparity between the prevention function and the punishment function in the convention. Benjamin Whitaker made a good point about the convention defining a new term for an old crime. And he referred to the importance of, signs, early signs, which may detect deterioration and mass atrocity. His seminal report in '85 was an inspiration for the subsequent developments. The genesis of Armenia's initiative traces back to the great work of our late colleague, friend, a distinguished, diplomat, Ashot Melik Shekhnazarov, who initiated the first resolution. At the time, it when you look back, it looks like a benign resolution which calls upon the international community to remind the international community about the presence of a convention, the existence of a convention as such, in the wake of the Rwanda and former Yugoslavia genocides. And it was already a big battle to get that resolution through. Subsequently, the 2000s, Armenia built on the evolving reaction of the United Nations system to its previous failures, the complicity with evil, a phrase coined by none other than Kofi Annan, in reflection to his own inaction to the Romeo Dallaire telegram from January 1994. Romeo Dallaire, you would know, was the commander of peacekeeping operations in Rwanda, who detected the early warning signs and reported to the Secretariat, but the Secretariat chose what subsequently Lahta Brahimi, criticized the Secretariat for telling the United Nations Security Council what they want to hear rather than what they must know. So not to rattle the Security Council, the telegram was ditched, and the genocide occurred from April 1994 onwards. The Secretary General Kofi Annan at the time, he managed to secure, in the wake of the Rwanda genocide, he managed to secure the support of the Security Council by way of Security Council Resolution 1366 in 2001, which he effectively used to establish the post of the Special Advisor. The first Special Advisor, Juan Mendes, I think he stands out in his, I think, still relevant and very important report of March 2006, an 11-page paper in which he gives very in-depth analysis of the function of early warning and the function of early action, and attaches to his report a one-pager of early warning signs, which in my view are extraordinary and are still highly relevant. Subsequently, the special advisors, Adama Dieng, before him, Francis Dang and Adama Dieng, they build on that. The framework analysis from Adama Dieng, they do serve as an important reference point for the collection and for collating information, and for the special advisor acting as an early warning mechanism, as a mechanism of bridging the office through the Secretary General to the membership. Our resolutions from 2005, 2008 onwards, all the way to 2024, had that exact function as well of bridging the special advisor with the broader membership. But it was happening primarily within the human rights system of the United Nations human rights system. Which brings me to my point about the presence of a sufficiently elaborate analytical framework for detecting early warning signs. Our resolution, the Armenian resolutions, they have been very good at, combining the related themes in prevention, from impunity to truth and justice to all other related themes, to make the genocide prevention agenda, consolidated with the broader prevention agenda. The point I'm making is that it is all happening within the human rights system. We have sufficient instruments. We have sufficient mechanisms. But the problem is that we treat it as a human rights issue. It is a political issue. It is a heavily political issue which requires the engagement and the use of the United Nations broader system, including those institutions which bear the primary responsibility for maintenance of peace and security and prevention. And of course I refer to the United Nations Security Council. So I think the next phase in the elaboration of the normative frameworks refers to the, embrace of the existing and, existing norms, existing vocabulary, normative vocabulary from all those institutions related to prevention of armed conflict, related to protection of civilians in armed conflict, related to peace and security agenda in broader, in general, into the function of the resolution, that is the elaboration, development of the normative framework for the prevention of genocide. That is a tough job. That is a very tough job. But that is in recognition of the political aspect of failures in early action. Again, what I would say is the development, all these developments were happening in the 1990s, 2000s, in a different world, in a different environment. We live in a different planet, it seems. In the context of our discussion, I would refer just to the latest report of the Secretary General in 2003, the new agenda for peace. His opening statement at the 79th session, I would refer to the Security Council dynamics. And it is all very, grim reading, very, discouraging observation. The vocabulary has become so considerably different. The language has become so considerably different from those times in the 90s and 2000s. Whirlwind, epic transformation, fragmentation, fracturing, great power confrontation, blatant unbridled impunity, uncertainty, nuclear posturing, geopolitical divides, power instability. This is the vocabulary in use in international relations. The depth of disunity in the United Nations Security Council, absence of even a minimum level of cooperation between the permanent 5 members of the Security Council, who are the custodians of peace and security and caretakers of the United Nations Charter, renders the entire function of prevention meaningless. This is the biggest challenge that I recognize in this evolving situation. Uncertainty is exactly the trigger for the world of small nations in the present dysfunctional system of states to recalibrate and consolidate collective action, if anything, out of sense of self-interest and self-preservation. For the purpose of the present discussion, I would say there is a need for doubling down on action, for the consistent normative development of the genocide prevention remains important. It is compelling to give priority to intertwining the genocide prevention agenda normative framework with that of peace and security and its respective normative vocabulary. It is important to extend the genocide prevention agenda out of the confines of the narrow human rights and into peace and security. Equally, there is a need to seek for ways in joint action with other partners to penetrate the United Nations Security Council. The panelists here represent countries, small nations, who are very active on the side of action. Examples. The prevention agenda, once recognized as a heavily political, once it is recognized as a heavily political and peace and security agenda, would find relevance in action related, for example, to the reform of the United Nations Security Council methods of work, specifically in relation to the question of the use of the veto. Consolidation of joint action from like-minded nations in the lead of the prevention agenda around consistent action on the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 76/262, adopted in April 2022, concerning the veto initiative, is a priority. This is where the small nations do need to speak in one voice. Small, though I will make a disclaimer on that, small, like-minded nations would need to speak in one voice to give life to Resolution 76262. Consolidated support to the French-Mexican initiative on suspension of veto in situations of mass atrocities is another example for the consolidation of small nations, like-minded small nations. Expansion of partnership within the Accountability, Coherence, Transparency Group, a group made up of 27 nations, small nations from Austria to Costa Rica and Chile to Norway, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and others, is a group to which I will very much encourage Armenia to consider a more direct interaction with the group, if not joining the group altogether. The work of the ACT is especially important in the part concerned with the more pronounced conflict prevention perspective in the work of the Security Council and consolidated support to the and the code of conduct regarding the Security Council action against genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, and the suspension of veto is very much focused for the ACT as well. There is another area I would recognize as an area to explore. In this condition of minimum cooperation among the Security Council members, the role of the elected 10 members in the Security Council has become more pronounced. The interaction between those elected 10 and between elected 10 and the rest of the membership, the rest of the community of small nations like-minded, is an area to explore, have a deep dialogue between the elected 10 and with the rest of the membership. The use of various formats is worthy of exploring, such as, for example, the choice of themes for open debates within the Security Council. And again, the role of the elected 10 in the choice of themes for open debates. The more active use of the area formula format for promoting the prevention agenda, including the genocide prevention agenda, in the context of the Security Council is something I would certainly encourage to explore. Similarly, the consolidated pressure on the United Nations Secretariat and the Secretary General in particular to make effective use of the grossly underutilized Article 99 of the Charter of the United Nations, which mandates the Secretary General to bring to the attention of the Security Council situations which, in his view, are endangering peace and security. Again, I do see a role for this consolidated action from small states to raise the visibility, the visibility and the strength of Article 99 and pressure on the Security Council. I'm talking from experience. Between December 12, 2022 until 19th September 2023, there was a catalog of early warning signs available here in this region, in Nagorno-Karabakh. And I cannot say that, Article 99 was in any way considered a useful tool for the Secretary General to bring this to the attention of the Security Council members. There are already interesting good examples from small states who are members of the Security Council. And the representatives of two of these states are here, Slovenia and Switzerland, plus Sierra Leone. I did notice they come up with an interesting initiative in support of the Pact for the Future, which was adopted at the opening of the 79th session. Switzerland, Sierra Leone, and Slovenia came up with a joint action to promote conflict prevention in the United Nations Security Council. It is worthy of attention for the rest of the community of small nations. There is a point to make about the R2P. I have a personal experience of the most fierce battles to sustain the life of R2P. Again, I2P is referred to in Resolution 1674 of 2006 of the United Nations Security Council. But it was then 2006. It has been then, and it is particularly now, an issue of most fierce battles within the United Nations. There are many, many other points to make, but I will now round it up with, with a conclusion that these are all tough actions. The great power competition is an indispensable part of the international system. It won't change. There is fierce fight of the present. And the fierce fight between those great powers makes action from small states dangerous for them individually. You know, there are examples in the United Nations when a representative of a small state, when acting proactively, has lost his job because he irritated a big power in the Security Council, which put pressure on his government to recall him. So action on the part of the small nations is a tough job. We small states depend on multilateralism. And I would end my points again with the call for consolidation and for consolidated action on the part of the small nations. Again, out of self-interest and out of a sense of self-preservation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your very powerful remarks. And I want to really appreciate you for emphasizing at the beginning of your remarks of how there's only so much value in putting all this effort into setting up different monitoring and reporting mechanisms, investigations, putting in place different mandates that allow us to understand warning signs, frameworks of analysis, and other tools. If we don't turn that into political action, then what is that good for, right? That gap needs to be bridged, and that is a huge challenge. And then to your point about what I would call geopolitical super police, yes, it's absolutely the case, and we really commend especially small states for picking up that fight, because it is a hard one. And as civil society organizations, we also feel that every single time we go into Human Rights Council, we go into the General Assembly, and we especially go into the Security Council. So thank you so much for your remarks. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Ambassador Cristian Guillermo Fernandez, who is joining us online.
Affairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to send you this video message in my capacity of Chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, known as GAAMAC. GAAMAC is a global network of states, civil society, and academic institutions that seek to promote the establishment of national architectures and policies for the prevention of genocide and other atrocity crimes. GAAMAC is a state-led initiative composed of 13 steering group members, 32 partners, and 3 informal alliance with intergovernmental organizations including UNESCO, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IRA, and the OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. We are very pleased, indeed, to count Armenia as one of our partners, and I would like to reiterate our gratitude for Armenia's continuing support and engagement in the prevention of mass atrocities. As such, we salute the convening of this year's Global Forum and support the very timely focus on strengthening early warning and early response as key preventive actions. Indeed, as we know, genocide and other mass atrocities do not happen overnight. As indicated in the United Nations Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crimes, systematic and systemic discrimination and a culture of impunity, among many other factors, can escalate to violent conflict and atrocity crimes. Therefore, there are many opportunities to set early warning mechanisms and act before situations escalate. To this regard, GAAMAC aims at contributing to move from a culture of reaction to a culture of prevention. GAAMAC is convinced that the prevention requires knowledge of underlying causes of violence, as well as learning to recognize vectors of violence and signals of potential mass atrocities before they occur. To prevent such a process to escalate in violence and atrocity, it is not only necessary to be alert and ready to identify early signs, but indeed to focus on prevention as a permanent endeavor. It is for this reason that the main objective of GAAMAC is to promote the development of permanent national architectures and policy to prevent atrocity crimes. This doesn't mean that states need to establish additional structures or bureaucracies, but rather to ensure that existing policies and early warning mechanisms are coordinated and indeed understood through the lens of prevention. It is in this regard that GAAMAC has been mentioned as the best practice and recognized as a key partner for prevention in several UN Secretary General reports on the responsibility to protect. I would like to send you our solidarity, and we wish you a very fruitful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Guillermo Fernandez all the way to Geneva. And I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to Dr. Anahit Manassian, the human rights defender of the Republic of Armenia.
Thank you so much, honorable colleagues, excellencies, good afternoon. It's my real pleasure and honor to welcome you all in the frames of this very important event of utmost significance from the viewpoint of human rights protection and promotion system. Let me firstly express my gratitude to the organizers for the initiation of the event and for creating a platform for the discussion of different topics not connected just with the genocide, but also directly impacting the area, in particular different issues connected with the human rights protection and promotion system, because from the first glance these are topics which may seem very small things, topics which from the first glance do not impact the whole area, but in reality these are topics, I mean different issues connected with human rights protection and promotion system, which directly impact the whole picture and sometimes even lead to different genocidal acts, different unlawful actions, crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, etc. So, in the frames of my speech, I will speak about different topics, again, connected with the human rights protection and promotion area, which, in my opinion, directly impact also the mentioned sphere and the theme of the forum. The first important problem disseminated in the whole world and very often or sometimes leading to different war crimes, genocidal acts, etc. is hate speech and also hate crimes, which are widely disseminated in the modern world. Actually, in this context, we speak about two different realities. The first reality, when the hate speech is a state-sponsored one, including hate speech on the basis of the ethnic, national origin. And the first reality where this is disseminated on an individual basis, but of course this is also a dangerous phenomenon, and the states should also unite their efforts to fight against this phenomenon, and the states should have and implement proper mechanisms for the prevention of this phenomenon. Actually, if we speak about the Armenian realities, I would like to highlight that in comparison to my many colleagues or different statements made by various colleagues, as the human rights defender or the ombudsperson of the country, I would like to highlight that this phenomenon exists also in Armenia. We cannot deny this reality. The positive thing here is that actually it is not a state-sponsored one, which is changing, of course, the whole picture, but it is not eliminating the state's responsibility to have and to implement proper mechanisms for the prevention of this negative phenomenon and for its elimination in the society. This was actually this has been my continuous recommendation to different state authorities to have this in Armenia, to have and implement proper mechanisms. At the same time, if we speak about hate speech, I cannot ignore another very important factor here, which is very dangerous from the viewpoint of the modern international standards. It is the tough, state-sponsored Armenophobic policy implemented by Azerbaijan, which in comparison to the other area which I mentioned is a state-sponsored one, because if we follow the general situation in Azerbaijan, I mean with regards to hate speech, hate crimes against Armenians, etc., here we see that we have, for instance, different speeches, wordings by different high-level officials of the country, which use a wording which is actually hate speech wording. And this is, of course, very dangerous, and this concerns, in my opinion, not just Armenians or just the region, because it is making the lives of Armenians unsafe, not just in our region, but in general, in the whole world. So this is a phenomenon which should be properly addressed not just by individual actors, individual states, etc., but this is a phenomenon which should be addressed also in general by international community. And I really appreciate also all the international organizations which also touched upon the issue, both the United Nations, the Council of Europe agencies, etc., which touched upon the issue and also highlighted the high level of Armenophobic policy, state-sponsored policy in Azerbaijan. The next point, which in my opinion is very important in this context from the viewpoint of the human rights protection and promotion system, is the fact that in general this topic, it is directly connected with the equality and anti-discrimination area in general. And in all our countries, it is really important to have a proper anti-discrimination framework and to properly implement this framework, including a legal one. I have been continuously advocating for the adoption of the equality and anti-discrimination legislation in the Republic of Armenia, because in my opinion, this is a crucial factor for fighting against different negative aspects and phenomena. I'm also happy that the government representatives and the parliamentarians assured me that they have the commitment and the political will to adopt the legislative framework, and I hope that we will have it as soon as possible. So my main recommendation here will be, firstly, as I mentioned, to have this legislative framework as soon as possible, to implement it properly, and also to provide proper funding and resources for the implementation of this particular function. And here, in this context, another topic which is again directly connected with the area of genocide prevention, which we are discussing today, and which we are going to discuss also tomorrow, and which is also connected with the general equality and anti-discrimination area, is the topic connected with the protection and promotion of the rights of national, ethnic, religious minorities. These are topics which, again, from the first glance, seems to be not very important. Sometimes in many countries and in most of the countries in the modern world, people think that we do not need special mechanisms for the protection and promotion of the rights of ethnic, national minorities, religious minorities, in particular in the countries where like we do not have that systemic state-sponsored discriminatory framework or situation against these groups. People sometimes think that everything is fine, so we do not need any other special measures to work on the particular areas. I have another viewpoint on the issue. And in particular, also, I have another viewpoint from the aspect of the situation in Armenia, because, as I mentioned, yes, I can assure that here in Armenia, we do not have that systemic state-sponsored discriminatory framework against national minorities, etc. But, as I mentioned, the protection of the rights of national minorities or ethnic minorities doesn't mean just to protect their rights when they are violated. It means also to promote the rights of these people in order to prevent the future possible genocidal acts or other illegal or unlawful actions, not just by state authorities, but also in general by different members of the society, because it is also the obligation of the state authorities to fight against all the possible negative phenomena which can exist in the society, even if they are not state-sponsored. Noting the fact that this is a very important topic for me personally, as the human rights defender, I established last year a special council on the rights, on the promotion and protection of the rights of national minorities in Armenia, adjunct to the human rights defender. And I'm really very happy to see that some of the members of our council are here. They are also attending this important forum. And I'm also happy that they are very active in the frames of our council, because we have been trying to discuss different issues which sometimes are not discussed on the general arena, public arena. These are sometimes topics which are not very important for the general public, sometimes also for the state authorities. And we try to sum up the problems, the issues, to provide this to different state authorities in order to tackle the issues, to fight against the existing, sometimes existing problems, and to overcome the problems. Actually, here, there are, for instance, in Armenia, several issues which were discussed by me also with different state authorities. For instance, the shortage of the teachers of the national minorities languages, Yazidi language, Assyrian language, etc. The problem with teachers, the problem with the absence of proper higher education trainings for the languages of the national minorities, etc. And these are topics which were not just discussed by me with different state authorities, they were also highlighted in my annual report, and I have been speaking about this on a daily basis. The positive thing for me in general is the fact that the state authorities, they accept that there are these problems and they have the responsibility to overcome the issues. But the problem here is that we still need comprehensive policies and steps in order to in order to be able to overcome all those problematic areas. So I would like to highlight also my commitment to contribute to the development of the area with all the possible means which I can have as the human rights defender. But here in this context, I would like to speak about maybe the last issue from the viewpoint of the human rights, because I do not have much time. I know that we actually have also other distinguished speakers who are going to speak on different issues. The next crucial topic is the prevention of torture and other ill treatment cases in all our countries. Because, of course, I work as the human rights defender of Armenia, and I'm also a national preventive mechanism for prevention of torture and other ill treatment cases. But I'm also a member of the Council of Europe Committee on the prevention of torture and other ill treatment cases. And I can assure you that this is a phenomenon which exists in all the countries of the world. And this is a phenomenon which should be discussed on a daily basis, and which we should take proper measures in order to fight against this phenomenon, because again, actually, it's from the first glance we can think that these are topics which are not connected, but these are topics which directly impact each other. When in a particular country you have a framework which ignores the importance to fight against torture, which accepts the cases of torture, etc. We also have different genocide cases, war crimes, because this becomes an ordinary thing, both for the state authorities, but also for the general society, for the general public. So, in conclusion, actually, I would like to highlight that we all know the irreversible consequences of different war crimes, genocides, unlawful actions, etc. Last year, we all witnessed the ethnic cleansing of the whole Armenian ethnic population from Nagorno-Karabakh. And this was also a consequence and result of all the shortcomings which I mentioned. Of course, I was speaking in particular about the Armenian realities, but there are also other realities. There are also very negative realities. I mentioned the Armenophobic policy, state-sponsored policy. There are also different issues connected with torture, ill treatment cases, etc., and different situations in our region, in many countries, in our region in particular, for instance, in Azerbaijan, connected with torture cases, with other ill treatment cases, and this directly impacts the general situation. If we think that, for instance, the ethnic cleansing of the ethnic Armenian population from Nagorno-Karabakh impacts just Armenia, just the region, or just Armenians, we are actually mistaken. Because if we do not prevent these cases, we are going to have the continuous repetition of all those actions, all those events. So it is really important to unite all our efforts in order to fight against all the possible shortcomings in the human rights protection and promotion systems, in order to fight against different possible cases of genocide, war crimes, other unlawful acts, etc. It is really very important. It is really significant in a nowadays world. In some sense, I think that nowadays world is also chaotic, also from the viewpoint of different human rights mechanisms, etc. So, let me conclude here. I'm not going to misuse your attention with all the other details connected with the human rights protection and promotion system. But I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer your questions if you have such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manassian, for your remarks. And it's really impressive to hear all of the efforts you have undertaken in your role as human rights defender of the Republic of Armenia. And we'll have time for Q&A, so I would actually love to hear more about your engagement also with different human rights mechanisms. I really appreciated also your point about how no society is immune, and atrocity prevention has to be a whole-of-government approach. It cannot just be a foreign policy agenda, it has to be a domestic policy imperative. Thank you so much for that. And I now give the floor to Dr. Evelina Ochapo.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And I would like to join my co-panelists in saying thank you to Armenia, of course, not only for organizing this important forum, but for its commitment to atrocity prevention. And we've seen examples, and we've had examples of this work from previous speakers. And of course, as we are meeting here to talk about risk factors, and from previous participants, we also had a number of examples of recent cases where we can make the argument that genocide is being perpetrated. I wanted to make few comments before I actually proceed with the topic of evolving risk factors. And we heard a number of examples, indeed, from recent cases. And in all those cases, there is credible evidence of genocide, but we did not act as if it was genocide. We did not act in accordance with our legal duties, the duty to prevent genocide and the duty to punish genocide. And Melanie mentioned especially some comments in relation to the duty to punish the crime of genocide. But I wanted very briefly to focus on the duty to prevent genocide, because very often it is misunderstood what it actually means. Too often, states wait till they see bodies on the street to actually start talking about genocide or acting to address the crime, and this needs to change. And we've seen that across a number of different situations, and we've seen that through various policies and legislations in a number of different countries. And I wanted very briefly mention the approach taken in the UK, where I work and live. And the UK's government's policy on genocide is that the government will not recognize genocide until a court makes a determination of genocide. So, for example, in the case of the Yazidis and the Yazidi genocide, which started in 2014, the government recognized the genocide first last year, after 3 court's determinations of the atrocities as genocide, and the court's determinations were from Germany. There were 3 cases where the courts found that genocide was being perpetrated. And this is when the UK government finally recognized the atrocities as genocide. And at the same time as the UK government recognized the atrocity, the Yazidi genocide as genocide, the UK government removed the recognition of the Darfur genocide very quietly. And that was because it did not fit into the policy of the UK government that the genocide determination follows first a court determination. And indeed, in the case of Darfur, we still don't have a court determination. We have an arrest warrant, of course, from the ICC, but not a court determination. And that recognition was quietly removed from the list of genocides recognized by the UK government, unfortunately. And despite challenging this approach, there have been no response. And of course, we continue challenging it. And this is, again, key. The duty to prevent genocide is not to be triggered when we see bodies on the street. The International Court of Justice, in its judgment from 2007, clearly explained the duty to prevent genocide. And it is to be triggered at the serious risk of genocide, not when we see bodies on the street. It's already too late to act. The serious risk for genocide. And this is also why the UN framework for analysis of atrocity crimes is so important. Yet again, there are only few countries in the world that actually look specifically into risk factors, monitor them, analyze them, and then identify actions to respond to those risk factors. One good example is the Elie Wiesel Act in the US, where the government monitors the risk factors and adds also an element of transparency in that they publish regular reports about which situations of concern they focus on and also what steps they are taking to address them. So this is just me complaining about the state's approaches to the duty to prevent genocide. And we've seen this very much across the world. And earlier this year, in the UK government, in the UK Parliament, we had a bill to change this approach and to introduce legislation that would require the UK government to monitor early warning signs, risk factors, report on its findings, not only of situations of concern, but also of steps taken to address those situations. The bill dropped because of the general elections, and hopefully we'll be able to proceed with this bill in the next months or years, depending on the opportunities there. But now I wanted to move to the topic that I wanted to cover, which is, of course, the focus on evolving risk factors. The UN Framework for Analysis of Atrocity Crimes is from 2014, and over recent years we've seen a number of developments that shape or should shape how we look at risk factors of atrocity crimes. And I would like to focus specifically on technology, AI, and also social media, and how they have been shaping some of the atrocity crimes in recent years, and indeed how they've been used as tools of atrocity crimes. And I wanted to mention a few examples from recent years, and starting, of course, with the Yazidi genocide. And we know, of course, about what happened in Sinjar in August 2014. But even before August 2014, months and years before that, we've seen how Daesh has been using social media platforms to spread propaganda, not only to recruit new members, but also to spread hatred against Yazidis and other religious and ethnic minority communities in Iraq. And such magazines, online magazines as Dabik, have been spread across social media, and they've been inciting violence against the Yazidis, calling them devil worshippers, calling them inhumane names, trying to remove their humanity, and this way, of course, enable the atrocities that ultimately followed, including in August 2014 and subsequent years. And unfortunately, in response to the Daesh atrocities, we've seen very little action. And now we're talking about 10 years after the attack on Sinjar, and as the Yazidi community was marking the 10th anniversary of the Yazidi genocide, there was a new wave of hate speech against the community. And the Yazidi community, of course, took it very seriously, because the numbers of hate speech incidents, especially spreading online, were skyrocketing in August this year. And many of members of the Yazidi community started leaving IDP camps where they were staying for the last 10 years and going to Sinjar, where the situation is not stable, it's not secure for them to be there. But nonetheless, they did not want to see yet another wave of atrocities against them. Then we can talk also about the Rohingya genocide and how social media have been used to spread ethnic and religious hatred and tensions, and inciting violence against the Rohingya Muslims, minorities in the country. And there have been some research done in relation to the use of, especially Facebook, to spread hatred against the Rohingya Muslims. And many of the actors who are spreading this kind of propaganda against the Rohingyas were, of course, the Myanmar military officials, but also radical Buddhist nationalist groups, and they were flooding social media with anti-Muslim rhetoric, content, presenting them as invaders, presenting them as individuals wanting to take over Myanmar, as danger that needs to be addressed and responded to. And it was first in 2018, so after some of the worst atrocities against the Rohingya, that Facebook started removing or blocking this kind of content. And indeed, they removed 18 Facebook accounts, 1 Instagram account, 52 Facebook pages, and banned 20 individuals and organizations from Facebook. But that was first in 2018. And then we can move to the Uyghur genocide and the situation of Uyghurs in China. And Uyghur communities in China have been skillfully targeted by all 3 horsemen: technology, AI, and social media. Artificial intelligence and data-driven mass surveillance systems with genetic information and facial recognition capacities have been widely used to identify Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in Xinjiang, before they were then, of course, placed in so-called re-education camps, where they would be subjected to forced indoctrination methods. And one of the apps used by the police in Xinjiang has been collecting personal information on individuals, reporting on activities, including so-called suspicious activities, and also prompting investigations on those individuals. And when we talk about suspicious behavior, suspicious activities as identified for the purposes of this app, that included activities such as not socializing with neighbors or avoiding using front door. So these were the suspicious activities identified by this app. And then, of course, individuals would be targeted because of their normal behaviors, everyday behaviors that should not be, of course, treated as suspicious. And of course, in the case of Uyghur genocide, we've seen also widespread use of social media to silence any information about the atrocities against the Uyghurs, but also exchanging them with CCP-approved content propagating Xinjiang as a holiday dream destination, even though the camps were still there and millions of people were in those camps subjected to indoctrination. Then I wanted to move briefly to the Tigray genocide and the Tigray war between 2020 and 2022. In the case of the atrocities against Tigrayans during the Tigray war in Ethiopia, the region was subjected to 2 years of internet and communications shutdown. And such deliberate shutdowns were used to prevent communities from communicating with family, with other community members, assessing potentially life-threatening situations, accessing life-saving information, and letting the world know about the whole extent of the atrocities perpetrated there. So this was yet another use of misuse of internet and communication networks, in this case, removing them and making sure that the Tigray communities could not communicate with others from the community, but also with the outside world. And last but not least, I would like to move to Russia's war on Ukraine. In the Russia's war against Ukraine, we've seen how Russia has been manipulating information and spreading disinformation online as means of information warfare. And that includes, of course, the use of AI and deepfake. And there have been a lot of research in relation to this, done also by the European Commission, European Union, and in relation to how this disinformation and propaganda were used as a weapon by Kremlin. And to quote Joseph Borrell, he said that this is a weapon. It hurts and it kills. It kills the capacity of people to understand what is going on, and as a consequence, the position of governments and the decisions of international organizations. Russia has built networks and an infrastructure to mislead, to lie, and to destabilize in an industrial manner. And these are only a few examples of how the strategic use of or misuse of technology, AI, and social media were for the commission of atrocity crimes. Technology, AI, social media can be used, of course, for good, but in those cases, they were used as tools of atrocity crimes. And what does it mean in terms of our preparedness and capacity to monitor, analyze, and respond to atrocity crimes? In short, we are behind. We are behind the perpetrators in realizing the significance and importance and the power of the three horsemen: technology, AI, and social media. And we are also behind in responding to them. As it stands, the key framework for analysis of atrocity crimes, currently 10 years old, is outdated as it does not address those developments as we've seen over recent years. And we have several examples how technology, AI, social media have been used across those atrocity crimes that I mentioned. This failure means that as it stands, by default, our capacities to identify early warning signs and risk factors are severely diminished. And this before even we consider that, as it stands, again, only a few countries in the world actually monitor and analyze early warning signs and risk factors of atrocity crimes. Technology and AI and social media can and must be used to prevent atrocity crimes. And we need to identify best practices, how the power of those three can be used to ensure that we give prevention a chance. And very briefly, if I may mention also in relation to the small countries playing an incredible role in addressing atrocity crimes, ensuring justice and accountability globally. And of course, we can mention Armenia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, the Gambia, Luxembourg. They all have done incredible work over the recent years. So small in sight, by great in spirit and respect to atrocity prevention, justice and accountability. And we do need more states, of course, in engaging on atrocity crimes. And very brief example, for example, in the UK, we've been doing a lot of work on monitoring early warning signs with British politicians, establishing ad hoc inquiries in response to some of the atrocities as we see them happening around the world. One of them is, for example, the situation of the Hazara community in Afghanistan. Shortly after the Taliban took over Afghanistan, we've been hearing very concerning information about targeted attacks against the community. But unfortunately, we did not see enough attention on the topic and indeed engagement from governments. And at the end of 2021, we established an ad hoc cross-party parliamentary inquiry into the situation of the Hazara in Afghanistan to collect evidence from victims, survivors, to collect evidence from experts, to hear also the recommendation. And one of the recommendations was to take Afghanistan before the International Court of Justice for violations of the Genocide Convention. A very important recommendation. This is precisely what Myanmar did in the case, the Gambia did in the case of Myanmar, taking Myanmar before the International Court of Justice. But unfortunately, as we were explaining the situation of the Hazara in Afghanistan, trying to engage states, there was very little political will to take Afghanistan before the ICJ. Now, of course, just a few weeks ago, we've seen how a group of states is planning to take Afghanistan before the ICJ, but for violations of CEDAW in relation to the human rights situation of women and girls in Afghanistan. And we need also states to focus on the situation of the Hazara and the ongoing serious risk of genocide that the community is facing there. And we have several other examples of similar inquiries that we did in the UK. We did one also on the situation of the Yazidis, also hoping that states will focus on the issue of violations of the Genocide Convention. We did research together with experts, with scholars from City Law School, looking into state responsibility for the genocide against the Yazidis, moving away from the focus on the individual criminal responsibility. And we identified 3 countries most responsible for the Yazidi genocide, including Turkey, including Syria and Iraq. And again, as we are trying to engage states on the issue and mapping their interest in bringing proceedings before the ICJ, there was some interest in relation to proceedings against Syria, but several years later, it didn't go anywhere. And so we do need international support to bring proceedings in such cases. The International Court of Justice is a very important mechanism that could consider evidence of atrocity crimes, consider them against the legal elements of genocide, and of course examine whether the country failed in their duties, the duty to prevent and punish the crime of genocide, and should be used more often, especially as we are seeing so many cases of genocidal atrocities around the world. And we'll see more. And I think this is a warning that we should all take very seriously. We'll see more cases of genocide because we see impunity for the crime of genocide. We are ultimately sending a message that one can get away with genocide. I will finish here, but if there are any questions, I will be happy to follow.
Thank you so much, Evelina, and I really appreciate your point about the good and bad of technology, because oftentimes for governments, but also for us as civil society organizations, the only way in which we know what's happening in the Uyghur region of China, for example, is through satellite imagery. Knowing the way in which Chinese government has installed a police state with the use of biotechnology. In the case of Tigray, where the government is deliberately destroying evidence of atrocity crimes, it is through technology that we're able to collect, to archive where mass graves are located and where victims and affected communities are located. So thank you so much for highlighting that, and I hope we will have time also during the Q&A session to dig a bit deeper into that topic. But now, last but absolutely not least, Ambassador Blanca Yamnisek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would first of all like to really thank Armenia for convening this meeting for the 5th time, and also for inviting Slovenia as now in the seat of a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council and a long-time supporter of responsibility to protect against genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and mass atrocity crimes. And I sit here as the national focal point, and I'm really delighted to hear what I heard this morning, because we really do need to talk about this very seriously on different levels, in different forums, and every day, because the situation in the world is really worsening for millions of civilians. And again, I speak as a person from a country that has 2.1 million people, but even small countries matter, as we heard. So remembering that in 2015, Armenia proposed and the UN General Assembly passed a resolution establishing 9 December as the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the victims of the crime of genocide and of the prevention of this crime, I'm actually very happy to be here with you just a few days after 9 December, where we commemorated this day like we commemorated every year, but now specifically this year, it was Amnesty International that organized a commemoration that looked like this, what you see on the screen. And the candles symbolize thousands of people that have already been dead in the past year in actually genocidal acts. We commend the Republic of Armenia for its leadership on this issue, as well as the more than 80 member states who co-sponsored that resolution, among them also my country, Slovenia. And I also personally very well remember the ceremony in Vienna on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide that was commemorated in Stephansdom in Vienna at the time when I served as the permanent representative of my country, of Slovenia, in the UN, OSCE, and other international organizations in Vienna. So let us not forget that this very convention from 1948, the so-called Genocide Convention, is a crucial commitment, global commitment of the United Nations, and it was the first international convention on respecting human rights. Actually, it was adopted one day before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is 10th of December, and which we celebrate as the Human Rights Day in each of our countries. But we must not forget that it came together in the package with the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So the role of commemoration and memorialization efforts is not only to honor the victims and survivors of genocide, but also as effective mechanisms for the prevention of future genocide. And this is why also our public in our small country saw this image on Monday evening on all TV channels, because it's not only for the people who were on that central square in our capital city, but also all people in the country, in cottages and rural areas and everywhere, because I personally believe that awareness raising and education is a crucial part of the prevention. And empathy, solidarity, and emotions about this that we need to somehow stir and show solidarity also to the people who survived genocides and help them, by the way. So, as the resolution notes, the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide calls for the memorialization as a means for preventing the future perpetration of this crime. This is why we are here today. Nevertheless, we observe in current times so many conflicts and suffering of so many millions of people, especially the most vulnerable children and women, and that I can say that the promise never again given after World War II is not respected. And we just heard from Evelyn all these ongoing examples, which are not only those, but they are really very, very visible. And here I refer as a national R2P responsibility to protect focal point to this principle, which was adopted almost 20 years ago in 2005 by the heads of states and governments on the UN summit in New York in 2005. So at the time, our countries, the UN member states, could reach a consensus on this topic. I'm not sure they could reach it today. But still, it is not forgotten, it should be implemented, and we should do our utmost to work on it further every day. And I commend here the Global Center for R2P from New York and Geneva for all their actions of reminding us about R2P on a weekly basis. The need to invest in genocide prevention, as envisaged by the Genocide Convention drafters 70 years ago, remains very relevant. I'm sure Lemkin would be very pleased to sit in this room and hear what we have to say, and on the other side be very sad that we don't live up to the commitments. And as we heard today already, preventing genocide involves all of us in each society. Many efforts significantly contribute to the implementation of these key obligations, and let me name just a few, and you heard some of them already: the respect of human rights and fostering a culture of human rights education and peace, dignified remembrance and truthful record of the past, listening and collecting testimonies of victims and survivors, promoting healing, understanding, and reconciliation, respect for diversity, equality, and reducing instances of genocide denial and glorification of war criminals. And we do hear the opposite on a daily basis, unfortunately. It's difficult to forget that even this year, earlier this year, it was not easy to adopt the newest resolution on the topic of genocide, namely Resolution 78282, that designates 11 July as the International Day of Reflection and Commemoration of the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica, which is to be observed annually as of next year at the 30th anniversary of that genocide. And I remember vividly as it happened in our neighborhood on the territory of former Yugoslavia. Also, the principle of responsibility to protect, adopted by consensus by all leaders of the UN member states 20 years ago, as I said, remains as important as ever. It needs to evolve continuously with ever more effective application in real-world situations. Preventing human rights abuses and processes that may lead to mass atrocity crimes is really key. Slovenia joined the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, the so-called GAAMAC, and we heard the chair of GAAMAC just a few minutes ago, as a partner in early 2023. On that occasion, we had the visit of the former president of the International Criminal Court and Secretary General of GAAMAC, who presented its work at the biannual Global Academic Conference, R2P in Theory and Practice, in Ljubljana, in our capital city, where we host these academic conferences for more than 10 years, since 2013. So this is also a way that we raise awareness not only among our public but also internationally, and we invite regional, that means European focal points, and also countries that have not appointed focal points yet to come and join us and learn about the necessity to implement R2P. So Judge Silvia Fernandez de Gourmendi also chaired the diplomatic conference on mutual legal assistance, the so-called MLA, on international cooperation in the investigation and prosecution of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and other international crimes in Ljubljana in May 2023. So please allow me a few minutes to present this initiative and its results, because it is very relevant for our topic today, because it addresses the impunity part of prevention. So I'm going to talk about the Ljubljana, the Hague Convention, as it is called now. There is an undeniable consensus that core international crimes such as genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes must not go unpunished. The responsibility for investigating and prosecuting such crimes primarily lies with states. For the successful prosecution of these offenses before domestic courts, effective cooperation between states is essential. In 2011, so 13 years ago, practitioners and legal experts from countries across 5 continents recognized that the existing international procedural framework for mutual legal assistance and extradition for the gravest international crimes was incomplete and very outdated, severely hindering states' ability to cooperate effectively in combating impunity. Slovenia, along with Argentina, Belgium, Mongolia, the Netherlands, and Senegal, so from 5 continents, initiated the so-called MLA initiative, Mutual Legal Assistance Initiative, to establish a modern, procedurally advanced, multilateral treaty on mutual legal assistance and extradition. This treaty would facilitate effective cooperation among states investigating and prosecuting these crimes. The entire process was conducted independently and separately from the United Nations or any other organization. So after years of extensive preparatory work, negotiations on the draft convention culminated in a 2-week diplomatic conference held in May 2013 in Ljubljana, so approximately a year ago, and this largest international legal diplomatic conference in Slovenia's history resulted in 68 states adopting the convention's text by consensus. Today, this treaty is known as the Ljubljana-The Hague Convention on International Cooperation in the Investigation and Prosecution of Genocide, Crimes against Humanity, War Crimes, and other international crimes, and in short, we call it the Ljubljana-The Hague Convention. The purpose of this convention is to fill this legal gap in the area of mutual legal assistance and to facilitate and enhance cooperation between states in the investigation and prosecution of core international crimes, recognizing that the responsibility for such investigations and prosecutions primarily lies with all states. Where other multilateral and bilateral treaties fail to provide an effective legal framework, the Ljubljana-The Hague Convention serves as a basis for granting legal assistance, extradition, and the transfer of convicted persons. Furthermore, the Convention offers numerous practical tools for international cooperations, which recent experience have shown to be increasingly crucial in the fight against impunity for international crime. For instance, this convention includes provisions for joint investigative teams, asset seizure and restitution for victims, the use of video conferencing, the financial measures for implementing requests. Through these mechanisms, this convention empowers national judicial systems and enables states to fulfill their international legal obligations in the fight against impunity for core international crimes. 36 states have already signed the convention, and 1 state decided for its provisional application from date of signature. We would like to encourage our governments to take appropriate internal procedures for signing or ratifying this convention. It should be underlined that the purpose of this convention is to end impunity for international crimes through enhanced cooperation of states. So the mutual legal assistance between national authorities will be enhanced when the Ljubljana Hague Convention enters into force. So we invite, and I here invite you personally to join the states who have already signed the convention and make the next step in the fight against impunity together. We need this political will, we need this action in order to be effective. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Blanca, and we were very ambitious, leaving 30 minutes for a Q&A. We won't have time for that, but I'm looking into the audience if there's a burning question from anyone. And yes, I see someone in the 4th row, and if you could keep it really, really, really brief, that would be fantastic, and someone will come with a microphone your way. I hope so. Would you like to take my microphone? Or perhaps if you are okay to just speak out very, very loudly, and I will repeat the question for everyone online.
Can I?
Thank you. Kader Hajoyan, President of the Yazidi National Union Organization, NGO in Armenia. So, for the first, I want to thank to the Armenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the invitation and giving us this opportunity to represent also, to present here and also talk about the Yazidis. Of course, you know, and I want to thank to especially Evelina Ochab for her she mentioned about the Yazidi genocide, that it's really not ended yet until now, continuing 10 years ago. It's happened against Yazidi people, one of ancient people of Middle East, but unfortunately till now the more than 400,000 Yazidis living under the tents in Iraq and also in the Kurdistan regional government territory, where also exists the hate speech against Yazidis till now, unfortunately. And also I want to mention the current situation, which one is very dangerous for us, and we are really hoping for the international community that can help the Yazidis in Syria now, because with immediate and practical steps can the international community take to prevent a new genocide against the Yazidis and Christians in Syria, because especially as we have received alarming reports from our people that new powers in Syria are using some of threats and slogans demanding Yazidis convert to Islam or face death, while also addressing the ongoing dangerous conditions of thousands of Yazidis still living in tents in Iraq. And how you know that more than 1,500 Yazidi girls in the captivity, and how we can help them. So my question is to former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Zorab Natsakanyan. What mechanism we can use to prevent new genocide, especially in Syria for Yazidis? Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, if you would like to respond perhaps in 30 seconds or so.
Well, thank you very much. I think one thing I will recall, I was Armenia's ambassador to UN at the time when the reports were coming. And of course, we are very sensitive about it in Armenia, knowing and having the Yazidi community in Armenia and the deep respect we have towards our brothers and sisters in the Yazidi community, it couldn't miss our attention. So the Armenian government didn't hesitate to use the opportunity and raise the question, and I had the honor to be the one raising the question of the impending, threats, the signs, the actual developments at the Security Council, right? But my answer is exactly in that one voice was not enough. It's about the consolidation in action. And everything else I was saying before. Thank you.
Much, and thank you so much for your question, for your intervention. I will keep my promise. We will not keep you any longer from lunch. Thank you so much for being here with us for this first session. If you give me 20 more seconds, I just want to end us up here, because I know that today and tomorrow we spend a lot of time talking about technical elements, the convention, risk assessments, and so on and so forth. We live in a time where evidence of atrocity crimes by NGOs, by courts, by investigative mechanisms, and many others is met, one, with hostility and attacks, and two, with very, very fierce discussions about legal thresholds, about the application of the Genocide Convention. These conversations are important for judicial proceedings, but I really, really, really want to emphasize that a crime, a violation, and an abuse does not necessarily have to meet the legal threshold of a convention in order for us to care, and in order for us to know that it's wrong, and in order for us to demand action. And with that, I want to leave you all for lunch. Thank you so much, and enjoy the food.
Dear participants, dear guests, we have some 2 minutes, but I think we are all here in the hall and we can start the second panel, which I am very honored to chair. Let me first start with introducing myself. My name is Edita Gzoyan, and I'm currently serving as the director of the Armenian Genocide Museum Institute Foundation. I'm not going to talk much about our institution because according to your agenda, you will have a visit to our institute tomorrow. So you will have a chance to visit the memorial and also to get acquainted with our exhibition at the museum, and you will hear also about our institution, what we are doing. So now I would like to turn to our second panel. And as I have mentioned, it's an honor to moderate this important panel on evolution of early warning systems for genocide and atrocity crimes. And it's also very much important that we are also going to speak about the history. We are going to reflect on the past and recognize the lessons learned from the past atrocities and the efforts that have been made to prevent these atrocities, or maybe the failures. Actually, I think that more failures than the benefits. So addressing genocide and similar mass atrocities has been a core concern of the modern international order. So if we are going to speak about the past, I would like us to take back to the 1915 Armenian genocide and speak about the concept of humanitarian intervention that was actually first developed based on what has happened to the Armenians living in the Ottoman Empire. And I would like to start with 1915 Allied Declaration. I'm sure that the majority of you here are very well acquainted with this declaration that speaks about the atrocities of the Armenians and the need to punish the perpetrators of Armenian massacres and deportation. And although the statement was of inherently political nature, its primary purpose and raison d'être was to highlight the need for humanitarian intervention. For the first time, a state's crimes committed against its own citizens were violent enough and in a scope unprecedented that it incited international outrage that superseded the normative deference to the principle of sovereignty, laying actually the basis for the codification of new crimes, first crimes against humanity and then the crime of genocide. However, what I want to mention is that this 1915 declaration was not the first time the issue of humanitarian intervention in case of the Armenian persecutions was raised. The Armenian massacres of 1894-1897 were perceived as the first phase of the crimes against humanity implemented by the Turks upon the Armenian citizens. And foreign intervention in the case of grievous crimes against humanity were internationally recognized as legitimate grounds for humanitarian interventions into the sovereign limits of the states. So before going further, I would like to speak a bit about Raphael Lemkin, who is also like the father of the Genocide Convention and why we are here, and try to develop what he was thinking about the prevention in terms of the Genocide Convention. First of all, he implies the prevention of impunity, bringing the example of the Armenian genocide. How? Because the young Turks were not punished. Young Armenians, Soghomon Teylerian particularly, took the revenge in his hands and shot Talat Pasha in the street of Berlin. And Raphael Lemkin was of the opinion that it's important to have a convention to prevent the impunity. And the second issue he raised in his writings is to prevent the occurrence of other genocides. And what is interesting, in his writings, he's bringing an example of Adana massacres of 1909. And he was blaming the European countries for not interfering and not preventing the Armenian genocide. So back then, in 1915, even in 1909, we are dealing with this issue of prevention. How the Adana massacres were perceived by Raphael Lemkin as an early signs of genocide that should prompt the European countries to intervene and to help the Armenians. So following the adoption of the Genocide Convention, the President of the United Nations General Assembly boldly declared that the supremacy of international law had been established once and forever. In the aftermath of the Armenian genocide and Holocaust, this landmark treaty embodied the commitment to a world free from genocides. However, in the years that followed, the promise of never again became a hollow slogan as millions were slaughtered all over the world, from Bangladesh to Cambodia, from Ethiopia to Uganda, from Middle East and Europe to Myanmar and Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh. According to legal scholars, despite the assurances of international law, it appeared to have little deterrent effect against genocidaires. And then we have the jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice that acknowledged that under the Genocide Convention, a state with the capacity to effectively influence individuals who are likely to commit or are already committing genocide is obliged to use all reasonable available means to prevent the genocide. The duty is discharged by employing all means reasonably available to them, so to prevent genocide so far as possible. So we have this clear cut definition and this explanation by the International Court of Justice. Then we have this responsibility to protect concept, which means to protect the communities, the civilians from new genocides and crimes against humanity, but it also failed. So effective prevention must look to the timely prediction of genocide and similar crimes and early engagement through modest and feasible measures. And I want to stress here the words modest and feasible, because we have just heard in our previous panel how the political will is so important
the first complete genocide, they are the recipient of an insinkable but real enterprise of mass and total extermination as a human group and as a cultural group. And they, Armenian people and civilization, teach to humanity the strength for surviving, witnessing, and fighting. Thank you for the Republic of Armenia to be at the center of the most challenging issues for the world, to represent the memory of all the children, women, men who were took outside the humanity and assassinated in unbearable atrocities, while powerful nations and the UN after 1945 had all the resources to act and to stop this extermination. But they were first moved by what I call the great game of imperial diplomacy and interest of national state. This fifth global forum against the crime of genocide and the subtitles about preventing the genocide, about early warnings and response mechanism is consequently a difficult but crucial issue for the UN. For United Nations. The organization is in charge to prevent and punish the crime of genocide under the authority of the December 9th, 1948 Convention for the Prevention and the Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The inability of the organization to respond to genocide in the past. On behalf of this so fundamental convention is one of the most significant tragedies of UN. Even a collapse in front of the genocide against the Tutsi, a genocide which was easily preventable by UN and UNAMER, the Blue Helmet in Rwanda, as the organization of the African Unity established in a report in 2000. During the genocidal process, before the paroxysmal stage of the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, UN failed to prevent it, and after to really punish and more, failed to understand clearly that UN failed. All the resources for acting in this way existed at the time of the genocidal process between 1959 to 1994. Moreover, at the time of the paroxysmal stage where everything will be possible again to stop it. The consequences of failure of UN in 1994 are not only the death of more than 1 million of innocent civilian Tutsi perish in unlimited atrocity. These consequences are also the erasure of the previous knowledge. By failing in front of the genocide of the Tutsi, UN ignored the memory and history of the killed Armenian and the killed European Jewish people and makes the Genocide Convention inefficient, unreal. By failing to recognize during 3 decades the 1994 failures, UN experiments a situation of collapse. I am not naive. UN is first for the subject, the Security Council, which is a playground of powerful states where the great game rebirthed. Yes, the responsibility, the guiltiness belongs to the Security Council, which acts along the rule of the great games between the powerful nations, like during the 19th century, between the classic empire. UN is not only the Security Council. UN was created in 1945 at the end and faced to the main struggle against the Axis rule in Europe and Asia, especially to substitute a new era into the international relationship to the great game of powerful nations we mentioned for the 19th century and the first 20th century. UN is armed by fundamental text as a chart and the Genocide Convention. If UN organization was not able to protect, respect and apply its constitution, where we go? It is time for UN to launch a real examination of conscience. But I'm not sure that the UN will have the will to do. The absence of the Undersecretary at the forum on her topics after her absence at the Sacramento State University conference last November on the same subject at our forum, are not some good signal. Sometimes states, even permanent members of the Security Council, recover conscience. France admit in 2021, and thanks to President Macron, in Kigali, its heavy, overwhelming responsibilities in the genocide against the Tutsi established by the researcher. We wait the same will to true from United States of America, but United States of America, which finally recognized the genocide against the Armenians in 2021, thanks to President Biden, as Germany recognized the complicity of German Empire in the genocide against the Armenians. Democratic states could take, finally, their responsibilities in front of the people of the world and of the history. And what about UN? I'm completely off the page of the lecture of Honorable Zorab with the last panel, and what he explained about the General Dallaire, the warning of the General Dallaire, January 11th, 1994. Dallaire was the commander-in-chief of the UNAMUR. He identified big armories for the anti-Tutsi militia. And New York refused to authorize Dallaire to act. And you have to know that maybe if Dallaire, it's difficult to redesign the history, but if Dallaire really make an army operation against these armories, maybe the situation, so the situation for Tutsi could change. My duty as an historian is to demonstrate and to tell the truth, whatever it costs, even if it costs trouble. It was my obligation when I presided the commission of researchers, even if the result of our research, the historical truth, incriminate so seriously former French authorities, even if I'm a French citizen. Many lessons from the past remain in the past. Our common duty is to mobilize this knowledge, which already vanished in the night and in the lost, and send it into battle. So now I will just comment quite long slides. En fait, my conclusion about the three genocide is true that UN did not handle the two first genocide because UN was not created at this time, but regarding the genocide against the Tutsi, UN is completely confronted to this historical event. So my conclusion is only to say that, well, there is a lot of warnings. And the warning at the time of the event, it's not, you know, it's not like now we know what's happened and so we judge because we consider that everybody which was done in the past is bad. No, we study exactly what's happened at the same time. At the same time, for example, for the genocide against the Armenians, you talk absolutely Lemkin study the Adana massacre before the paroxysmal stage of the genocide against the Armenians. It's a genocidal process, and it is one of the main topic of Lemkin, especially in the Genocide Convention. And so there's many warnings, and also everybody knows the declaration from the British, Russian, and French declaration, May 24, 1915, when this declaration emphasizes the fact that a crime against humanity starts against the Armenian. So when you spoke about crime, of course, you will create after the war a court, a criminal court, and there is no criminal court. We know that. But there is lots of rumor. Now, of course, you know the Austrian novelist in his 40 Days of Musada, and at this time, just after the genocide against the Armenian, there is a try to to define this crime with no comparison. So the crime with no name, the war of extermination, the crime against humanity, the murder of a nation, modern nation, is the title of the book of the historian Toynbee. So about the genocide against the European Jewish people, there's the same warnings, and it's true that after the Shoah, after the Holocaust, there is a try to organize a response to the crime of genocide, especially the 1948 Genocide Convention. About the genocide against the Tutsi, at this time, UN is armed with the Genocide Convention. And if we study really very precisely what's happened, there's so many factual, judicial, historical, anthropological inquiries, even inside of UN. But the specialists know that the General Secretary, Boutros Ghali, put outside of the Security Council some of very important report, because the way is not to name, not to define what's happened after April 7, 1994. I mean a genocide against the Tutsi. Yes, and maybe, oops, sorry. No, I think, how is it possible to return back? Okay, so just to know that before the paroxysmal stage, I mean between April 7th to July 1994, there is a long genocidal process and many warnings, like the warnings of Dallaire, but you have to know that in 1964, the Nobel Prize, Bertrand Russell, considered that the massacre against of Tutsi minorities in Rwanda could be defined as a genocide in 1964. Now I will move fast and go to, after this topic about the lessons of the past are known but not applied. You understand my demonstration. We will just mention about my methodology. You understand that I confront at the same time what's happened. It's not an anachronic statement. Let's move to the lesson learned, create an upcoming challenge, and especially for UN. And yes, we have to return to Lemkin, because Lemkin create a methodology. First, look, Lemkin, the second paragraph, it grew out of the desire to give and analyze based upon objective information and evidence. So Lemkin worked as an historian. The first quality of a report is a primary source. It's very important. And so if you want to prevent genocide in the time of the genocide process, you have to have this evidence, this information. And of course, in the Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, yes, Lemkin considered the genocide process, what's happened before the paroxysmal stage, when he said in whole or in part, it means that some massacre before the complete massacre, okay? And let's go now about the Whitaker report, and thank you for Honorable Zorab to mention this absolutely important report on the Genocide Convention. It's a way to rearm the convention, and Whitaker is absolutely great because he emphasizes on the genocide process. He mentioned he insists about the fact that genocide is not only an event, like Melanie O'Brien said. No, it's a, and she's right to insist about the fact that it's a process, and the prevention of the genocide is to act during the genocide process. You see, it's not preventing, it's not to, of course it's important to create education and social education for the value, but the real prevention is to act during the genocidal process, because it's possible to stop the genocide. And so, there's a lot of very good proposal from Whitaker, especially to create a body for information. He asked for the creation of an effective early warning system. This is very, 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 very clever. And in continue, and so honestly, it's very easy to access to the Whitaker report on the website of the UN, and so it's an absolutely great report. But you know that this report was buried by the Turkish state because Whitaker considers that the massacre of the Armenians in 1919 as a genocide, and so the report was buried. Okay, so I have to move, and so yes, just consider that our mission toward the past is strengthen the knowledge of the founding genocide. It's very important to return to how Lemkin worked, and our mission for today is to reconsider all the data, to create maybe something like a warning documentation task force on risk and genocide and genocidal process with two focuses: the immediate information and also the historical information. So I will stop now. It will be my conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing those historical examples, and especially the genocide of Tutsis, and mentioning that the Genocide Convention was already in place, but it actually didn't help the Tutsis and the genocide from being perpetrated. One very interesting example, if I can connect it to what I have said, that the genocide should be prevented during its dormant phase. And I have read that even just stopping the broadcasting, radio broadcasting in Rwanda may help to prevent the genocide. So it doesn't require any forces, any decisions, and as far as I understand, both the US and France were able to do that, but they didn't actually do. So now we are moving to our next speaker, to Jochen Bjoller, who is the director of the Vienna Institute for Holocaust Studies, with his huge experience in Holocaust and the history of violence in Eastern Europe and the 20th century, with a lot of publications. So the floor is yours, Mr. Bjoller, and we would like to hear your thoughts about the concept we are discussing today.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've also prepared a short presentation, so but until it pops up, maybe I can already express my gratitude to being here, for the invitation by the organizers. I think it's a very relevant event today and tomorrow, and yeah, I'm happy to be part of it. So we are here in the historical panel, and my short presentation will focus on two historical case studies of anti-Jewish violence. First on the pogroms waves at the end of the First World War, and then on the Nazi Holocaust. And I have to say from the very start that since both cases actually happened, as we know, there are no examples or no good examples for the prevention of genocide. But nevertheless, I think we can learn something from them about the question of early warnings. But first of all, allow me a few words on the institute I represent. The Vienna Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Studies is an academic institution that hosts the archive of the survivor of the two world wars and the Holocaust, Simon Wiesenthal, who, as most of you surely know, they dedicated 2/3 of his life, so after 45, he lived until 2005, 60 years of his life to the investigation of Nazi crimes. And I want to make two annotations to this. First of all, our institute is not only an institute of advanced studies and academic research, but we also, Ambassador Jamniczek has mentioned it today, how important also education and commemoration is. And these are also two fields we are very engaged in. And secondly, on the work of Simon Wiesenthal, which is not the topic of my speech, but I think it's important to mention here. This was an NGO founded in 1945, immediately after the war. And they documented the Nazi Holocaust and the crimes. They gathered evidence on it. So it was a typical NGO. And like Elisabeth Bramendorfer has mentioned today as well, such NGOs usually face a lot of hostility and attacks, and was the same with Wiesenthal's institution. So until the early 90s, when Austria accepted its own part in the Nazi crimes, one can easily say that Simon Wiesenthal was one of the most hated persons in Austria, and also there were bomb attacks on his life, and he got, we talk about hate speech, yeah? He got this kind of letters on an almost daily basis. In our archive, he has a box which he called Meshuggahs, so crazy stuff, and it's full of this kind of hate speech. Yeah, and I also like to mention that in our program of reaching to the public, we have cooperated in Vienna very successfully with the Embassy of Armenia, and I'm very grateful for this cooperation. And I'm also looking forward to the cooperation with your institute. We are talking about it tomorrow. But now to my two historical case studies. I will tell a bit more about the first and the second case study, because the Holocaust is, of course, well known here. But the waves of anti-Jewish mass violence at the end of the First World War aren't. I have to be very brief here. The basic facts are, in 1917-18, the Central Powers, Germany and Austria, retreat from the Eastern Front, and the Russian Empire collapse, you know, the Russian Civil War. In this power vacuum, warlord armies and the armed forces of new states, most and foremost Poland, commit atrocities on Ukrainian and Polish Jews. And you see here pictures of two pogroms, but there were hundreds of them. The death tolls differs, though. In the Ukrainian lands, there is no one government. There are at least three competing ones at the same time. And Jewish victims here number between, the figures is unclear because of lack of documentation, but the educated guess is between 100,000 and 200,000 Jews killed during the pogrom wave in Ukraine. In the Polish case, so on the territory that is the territory of the new Polish state founded in 1918, the death toll is lower than 1,000. So how can this difference be explained? Historians agree that neither the Polish state nor the Ukrainian governments at the time pursued genocidal policies against their Jewish citizens, but the Polish state had more means to rein the violence in. It had not lost control over its soldiers, not completely lost control, as the Ukrainians said, and the Polish government issued harsh, or the military command issued harsh orders to stop the violence. So a first important factor, I would argue, is state control in the areas. Secondly, the Polish state cared for the world's opinion. The erection of the Second Polish Republic was widely regarded as an anti-Semitic project which planned to shut its Jewish citizens out. Therefore, the Polish government agreed letting independent fact-finding missions into Poland, which worked with the documentation gathered by Jewish and other organizations on the pogroms. You see three persons here. I will get to it in a second. One such mission was headed by Henry Morgenthau, the guy to the left, the once US ambassador to Turkey who had earlier condemned the Armenian genocide, by the way. He was accompanied by British lawyer Arthur L. Goodhart in the middle, And then the third person you see on the slide is the US ambassador, the first US ambassador to Poland, Hugh Gibson, who also reported about the killings to the US government. All in all, these missions and these persons concluded that the massacres had taken place, but that in the Polish case they were caused by undisciplined soldiers and not on state orders. As a result, the killings soon stopped. In Ukraine, there were no independent observers. I think that's highly relevant. There was no state control to speak of in those areas where the pogroms took place. It was just ruled by warlords and by Ukrainian army commanders who were also not controlled from the center. And the world public was widely ignorant on what was going on there, although the figures were, as you have seen, 100 times higher. And yeah, and so the killing went on. So the next two factors I would argue that we have to take under consideration are, secondly, documentation, testimonies, photos, etc., produced immediately after the facts, and thirdly, the presence of independent observers in the area. And a last factor should be mentioned here, I think, the acceptance of foreign interference by the local government. Warsaw consented to the investigation of the pogroms by foreign experts. This was not self-understood. At the same time, the pogroms in eastern Poland took place, and in Ukraine, there were the race riots in Chicago. The fact that in the United States racial laws were still in effect, while at the same time the US blamed the Polish government to persecute its minorities, that was a fact that the Polish press sarcastically commented on in the summer of 1919. So what Arthur Guttard in the middle, he wrote a book on his experience in Poland in 1919 when he was in Poland with the Morgenthau Commission, and he notated that in the Polish press that the journalists joked they would send a Polish commission to the US to make an investigation on the killed black people in the area of Chicago. I will now switch quick to my second case study in the summer of 1941. The Nazi mass killing of Jews in Poland, Ukraine, and the Soviet Union reached genocidal dimension. In contrast to the first case study, this was a genocidal state program. Which of our four factors, state control, documentation, independent observers, and acceptance of foreign intervention, influenced the Nazi genocide known as the Holocaust? Three factors: a Nazi state willing to control the violence, independent observers in the death camps, or acceptance of this by the Nazis naturally fall totally out of the equation. That leaves us with only one factor, the third factor, documentation. Indeed, through the efforts of Jewish and Polish immediate witnesses to the mass killings, and we have three of those witnesses here in the slides, of the mass killings. Emanuel Ringelblum in the middle, the creator of the Warsaw Ghetto Archive, Witold Pilecki to the left, the Polish officer who reported as a spy of the Polish underground from inside Auschwitz, and Jan Karski to the right, the underground courier who smuggled the gathered information, the documentation out of German-occupied Poland. The Western world knew as early as 1942 about the Holocaust. So, why was the Holocaust not stopped at that early stage? The problem was that acceptance that I just talked about goes two ways. The documentation of the atrocities reached the world public, but the West, Karski even had met with President Roosevelt personally, the West regarded them as exaggerated and failed to react. Auschwitz was not bombed, and the Nazi death camps were only liberated in late 1944, early 45, with 6 million Jews killed and almost no survivors. To conclude my observations of those two historical case studies, It seems to me that if it comes to early warning systems and maybe to slowing down, hamper, or even prevent genocidal processes, we can identify here 4 relevant factors. A, in the affected areas, there must be a minimum of state control in order to restore, implement law and order. B, the killing must be documented. C, independent observers must get access to the killing sites and to the gathered material. And D, international engagement must be accepted by the local governments, and the local documentation must be accepted by the international community. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Bjorler, for presenting these 2 remarkable cases and also showing how the genocides perpetrated throughout the history are similar to each other. Like as I have mentioned in the Armenian genocide case, all the precursors, the massacres before the 1915 that actually were telling the world what is going to happen, but the world, as in the case of the Jewish Holocaust, remained silent. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to our next panelist, Fernand de Vernes, who is the former United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. And I think we are going to hear something a bit different from what we have discussed so far, because the minority issues, ethnic issues, can go apart from genocide and involve other conflicts, and it's very interesting to hear your comments here. Dr. Fernandez is a visiting professor at the Université Catholique de Lyon, France, and of the University of Sarajevo. He held the mandate of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues during August 2017 and November 2024. He sits on the advisory boards of research or civil society organizations, and he's also one of the renowned experts, leading experts on the international human rights on minorities and the prevention of ethnic conflicts. And also, Dr. Fernand de Vernes, he holds several prizes, which I'm not going to read, and now the floor is yours. We are eager to hear your thoughts.
Merci, Borev Bolorin. Bonjour tout le monde. We have failed, and we are failing again. Charles Aznavour wrote a song entitled Ils sont tombés. In English, They Fell. And it was dedicated to the memory of the Armenian genocide victims. But please allow me to share with you some of the words from that song as a homage to this great Armenian, but also to not forget the millions of Jews, Armenians, Tutsi, Yazidis, Rohingya, and other victims of genocide, usually, in most cases, all members of minorities. And for this part, I really have to stand up. And I promise I will not sing, so you can be calm. Later, tonight. Ils sont tombés sans trop savoir pourquoi. Hommes, femmes et enfants qui ne voulaient que vivre, avec des gestes lourds comme des hommes ivres, mutilés, massacrés, les yeux ouverts d'effroi. Les plaintes de trompettes couvraient les cris d'enfants. Ils sont tombés pudiquement sans bruit, par milliers, par millions, sans que le monde bouge, devenant un instant minuscule fleur rouge, recouvert par un vent de sable et puis d'oubli. Aznavour, in this song, shouts at how thousands, millions died through genocidal massacres, without the world actually moving, and eventually were forgotten. Okay, but that was the past, right? That was then. And of course, today, we have, as this conference actually describes, increasingly sophisticated warning mechanisms. Really? Think of the genocides in the last century, last decades. Rwanda, Srebrenica, Yazidis, Sudan, Rohingya. And the attempts of others, actually, there are quite a few others around the world, some more regional and local. But the situation is not improving. Some individuals, some participants have already said about the situation worsening. So let me start by saying that the world is actually burning, in that the international community seems in a way to be in denial. Aznavour said that the world did nothing to prevent the Armenian genocide. It really does not seem to have changed dramatically today, and we've heard that in relation to Rwanda just earlier. Now, let me highlight something that to me signals a kind of denial within the international community. The world right now is seeing record-setting levels of violent conflicts, mass atrocities, and as we know, genocides, or attempted genocides, have continued to occur, and they actually tend to occur where there is a situation of violent conflicts. But what is different today is that the scale of what is involved. It's not only that we have more violent conflicts, but we have extreme record-setting situations which the world has never faced before. There is a crisis of violent conflicts around the world. We now have globally the highest number of violent conflicts since the end of the Second World War. Since 2010, so 24 years ago, the number of wars, of violent conflicts, has tripled. I repeat, tripled around the world. And much of the increase, in fact, a very significant proportion of the increase, usually involves minorities or involves different ethnic, religious, or linguistic groups inside the state. Most wars, most conflicts, a few exceptions, but most conflicts today are domestic, internal. And then you have a situation, of course, where an internal conflict involving a minority becomes internationalized. Yemen is one of those. Yemen, by the way, started as a conflict involving a religious minority, which we sometimes appreciate. So it is also completely different from what has happened or what happened at the time of the creation of the United Nations after the Second World War. Nations, when it was created, really looked at international peace and stability, conflicts between states. That is not the reality today. On the ground, conflicts are mainly inside states, not between. But the United Nations has perhaps not evolved in the same way as conflicts have evolved around the world. And of course, when you have wars, violent conflicts, especially if there is a minority dimension, then you have greater risks of genocide and other atrocities. And largely because of this, the world is also facing the largest forced displacement crisis ever recorded in human history. Let me repeat that. We've never seen anything like this before in our humanity. I think now the latest figure is that there are about 120 million displaced people, and that this actually also has been a situation which has even surpassed the number of displaced people during the Second World War. And what else? Now, some of you may believe I'm a pessimist. I'm actually an optimist, by the way, although from hearing me, you may not believe that. But let me show you how dark the clouds are around the world and what it may mean, in fact, in terms of conflict prevention and prevention of genocide. We are now seeing in many parts of the world, again, record levels of increasing hate speech, incitement to hatred, incitement to violence, usually targeting minorities or ethnic, religious, and linguistic groups. Where we have reliable data, and this is always a problem, it's a historical problem as we heard previously, where we do have reliable data, in most countries what we see is of all hate speech, which we are seeing or hearing or reading in social media, about 3/4, 75% of that actually targets minorities. Certain minorities in particular. In India, it's the Muslims. In Myanmar, it's the Rohingya, and so on. Anti-Semitism in many parts of the world has reached record levels, Islamophobia, anti-Roma feeling. And we heard also in relation to the Yazidis, something similar happening also. Now, I mentioned that because, and it was referred to earlier, we need to remember that the Holocaust, the Shoah, did not start with gas chambers. It actually started with propaganda, hate speech against mainly Jews and some other minorities also. And we're seeing that today. It's not identical, but we are seeing an explosion of xenophobia, of dehumanizing language, presenting minorities and migrants are usually minorities, presenting them as criminals, and you can hear the language of some politicians as I speak. Criminals, dangerous, disloyal, a threat to the nation, to national values. And all of this hate speech actually normalizes eventually violence. Words have consequences. And this is what we're seeing, that there are particular groups, usually minorities, that are being targeted. They are being, and this makes their persecution and even proposed elimination acceptable in some countries. When committed with a discriminatory, racist, or biased intent, these become a pathway to demonize and dehumanize that can more easily lead to atrocities and even calls to genocide. And we are seeing that. That's the reality that we should not be denying. And sometimes I don't think we actually admit this sufficiently. We are at record levels of incitement to hate and genocide. We are at record levels of violent conflicts around the world. We are at record levels of displacement of people and also of denial of citizenship around the world. And who are the most, those who are most victims and targeted for being denied citizenship, by the way? I guess. I'll buy you a glass of wine if you can guess. Minorities, certain minorities. It happened in Nazi Germany when Jews were denied citizenship. So what the Nazis did in the first half of the last century is now multiplied and supercharged and become almost routine in social media. Again, where we have reliable data, we are seeing, as I said, an explosion of new record levels of hate speech and incitement to violence and even encouragement to commit genocide. Genocide does not occur in a vacuum. It occurs usually where there is ethnic cleansing, identifying minorities as a threat, outsiders, others who do not belong, and who should not have the same rights as, well, usually the majority, the real citizens of the country. And we now have, in 2024, these conditions for a perfect storm. Almost a repeat of the world of 100 years ago, but also a world that has become more uncertain, more unequal, and more insecure for various reasons, economic, environmental even. But with this actually going backwards, where people are fearful, and because sometimes people are fearful, they want a scapegoat. They are trying to find someone they can blame, and some politicians use this to advance their own political agenda with increasingly nationalistic governments who actually target minorities in order to attain power. That's a problem in India. I would even dare to say that's a problem in the United States and a few other countries. And I'm not being provocative. Let me be provocative. The international community does not have sophisticated early warning system in place to deal with the massive explosion of conflict, displacement, and hate that occur inside countries, because the United Nations focus and expertise is mainly between states, not to deal directly and forcibly with what is happening inside countries. This morning, someone referred to Article 99 of the UN Charter as a possible tool so that the UN Secretary General could act more proactively as a conflict prevention or genocide prevention mechanism. Not really. Article 99 is really about maintaining international peace and stability. And when you have most conflicts of the world today, in most situations of genocide, occurring within states, it's actually awkward. It's very difficult to go beyond what is clearly written in fact, the UN Charter itself. But there's more than that. The United Nations focus and expertise is mainly in situations between states, diplomacy, international politics. Most of its expertise, its focus, is on conflict resolution, especially between states, sometimes inside, but not conflict prevention. Acting after a conflict has started and not to prevent wars inside countries and the accompanying risk of mass atrocities. The Security Council, and we've heard it earlier, is usually narrowly focused on threats to international peace and stability, not situations of domestic conflict. You really need a special context before the Security Council will try to intervene, and usually when there is some rather solid basis to claim that there is a threat to international peace and stability. I would go further and say that there is no actual mechanism for early warning, and especially no dedicated expertise on the main targets of hate speech, genocide, and one could argue in many conflicts in the world, and that is minorities. Structures, and you do have a number of structures and mechanisms that have been referred to earlier, but you have the UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, has a Bureau for Crisis Prevention and Recovery. But let's be honest, look at the website, look at the description of the activities here. Most of its activities and expertise deal with conflicts once they have started. So it's actually conflict resolution, not conflict prevention. And remember, most conflicts are domestic inside a country. Most conflict actually involves minorities to some extent, and claims of violation over a long period of time of human rights of these groups. Is there really a human rights expertise in relation to minorities in the UNDP's Recovery Bureau for Crisis Prevention? Actually, let me say very clearly and very bluntly, no, there is not. For decades, some of us have warned the United Nations and the international community that the UN must develop expertise and mechanisms which address directly the root causes and drivers of most, not all, but most conflicts in the world. But as Aznavour warned us, nothing is being done. Myself and others made recommendations that one of the main UN branches, the Department of Political Affairs, because this is very political, that the Department of Political Affairs in New York must include officials with expertise on minority issues, including genocidal matters and internal conflicts, and focus more clearly on conflict prevention instead of resolution. And the result of that, and it goes back even about 10 years, one of my predecessors made some very pointed recommendations, as did I in a report 2 years ago. And the result of those efforts of more than a decade, zilch, zero. And in fact, I can say that we have been going backwards at the United Nations when it comes to recognizing even the link between conflicts and minorities and denial of human rights. I have seen, I am no longer in the United Nations, so I can say a few things now. I have seen UN documents which refer to minorities and in situations of conflict, for example, the drafts of some of these documents, but in the final version, almost all mentions of minorities have been removed. Why? Because some governments do not, apparently, some governments do not want the UN to be very precise and to acknowledge where there are issues which should be the focus. Some governments are not comfortable with the concept of minorities, because when you talk about minorities, it means there's a majority. And the majority the government may feel that they are being presented as protecting mainly the interests of the majority, and therefore not respecting fully the rights of minorities. There are many other reasons, but there is something very uncomfortable, very dangerous occurring in relation to how we are responding to this crisis period. We have more crises, once again, more violent conflicts than we've ever seen since the end of the Second World War. We had another situation in the early 1990s, late 1980s, early 1990s, where this happened, especially in Eastern and Central Europe, for many reasons many of you will know. There was a very high jump in the number of violent conflicts during this period, and then the UN, then the Council of Europe, then the Organizations for Security and Cooperation in Europe developed mechanisms, including early warning mechanisms and conflict prevention tools, such as the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities. All of these mechanisms, or many of these mechanisms, dealt with dealing with minorities to avoid conflicts and avoid atrocities. And initially, they worked. The number of conflicts around the world in the 1990s, after the mid-1990s, actually went down. And then all of a sudden, these international and regional organizations lost interest. And in the last 20 years, the whole situation has gone up again and gotten much worse. On that note, let me finish. Armenia and other like-minded states can and should work together to form measures, to adopt strategies, to actually integrate and focus, mainstream the human rights approach, which is one of the main methods to actually address some of the root causes of the tensions, frustration, anger, and eventual violence that can become wars around the world. And that is one of the key approaches to actually avoid atrocities and denial and prevent genocide. Time has come to restart some of the conflict prevention programs and initiatives that were in place in the 1980s and 1990s. All of that have actually almost been eliminated within the UN and even within civil society organizations. And these are very important tools that need to be addressed in order to reform the United Nations, to reform its institutions, and to actually mainstream the prevention of genocide, the full and equal respect of everyone, including the rights of minorities, which is behind many of the tensions and conflicts around the world, but also to focus on the main situations where conflict and genocide occur, and to develop expertise that is needed, including on prevention and the human rights of minorities around the world. Apologies to the chair for maybe getting a little bit too enthusiastic. Merci.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. It's really interesting how the things are not changing. Like during the Armenian genocide, the same discussion, how the conflict inside the country could not be interfered from outside. So we are still in the same place. Like we cannot interfere into the internal affairs of states to protect the minorities. And also it's also very striking how we are still speaking about civilization and humanity, and it's also going like worse than it was in 1915. It's really striking. And now it's my great pleasure to move to our next panelist, to Mr. Vartanyan. And Actually, his biography is too huge, and I'm not going to read everything. Just to mention that he is currently an elected chairman of the Standing Committee on State and Legal Affairs of the National Assembly. He is also the member of the Board of Trustees of our institution, so in a way, he is my boss. And also, he's very much involved in the different organizations connected to the genocide, and also a member of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. Mr. Vartanyan himself is a scholar. He did his PhD in our institution, so it's my great pleasure to give the floor to you, Mr. Vartanyan.
Thank you so much, dear Edita. I'm not her chief. Just for your information, I'm just a member of the Board of Trustees. So I would like to welcome all of you here on the 5th International Global Forum for Prevention of Genocide. And during my way here, I thought about one thing. Whether I would once again hear the phrase "never again" during this 5th forum. And unfortunately, both in the speech of the head of the State of the Republic of Armenia, as well in the statement of the Secretary General of the United Nations, we heard once again this "never again." But again and again, we are facing new genocides. I'm saying this because it's very important also from Armenian perspective, because until Srebrenica and Rwanda, the vast majority of Armenians and the scholars especially were raising the issue. We're saying if Armenian genocide would be punished, we would have no Holocaust. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's not true, because we have seen that even after Holocaust, after the punishment of Holocaust, after the moment when actually genocide stopped, become just a crime under international law, and became a sin under international law, we face the situation that the genocide is a phenomenon, a social phenomenon, which would continue and which repeatedly occurred in this or that region. But you know, during these discussions, I feel somehow a little bit, it's not proper to use the word happy in this context, but maybe less unhappy than the other nations or ethnic groups who become the victims of the genocides. You know why? Because at least after the establishment of Armenian statehood, international communities spoke about Armenian genocide. We continue to speak Armenian genocide. This is a part of our memory. But imagine, if you can, how many cases, okay, not proven, not without the judgments, how many cases of genocide occur in 20th century, even in 21st century, are forgotten. Who now speaks about Biafra? Who now speaks about the other events occurred in different corners of the world? No? And we should think about it. And once again, I would like to raise the following question, which actually was raised by my colleague who represents the UK experience. Let's wait for the judgment, and after the judgments, let's qualify the events. Unfortunately, if we got the judgment, we are lucky enough, because very often courts are not admitted the claims. And plus, what do you think? Whether it would be possible to speak about Holocaust, about Shoah, if we had not a political consensus at that time, where everybody agreed on political level that it is a Holocaust. By the way, formally speaking, there is no judgment which qualifying Holocaust as a genocide in accordance with Geneva Genocide Convention, despite the Eichmann arbitration and some cases which have done afterwards. But in the very framework of the Nuremberg process, we never qualified the Holocaust as a genocide. That is normal because the convention entered into force in 1951. But I'm saying this because, unfortunately, very often, when we are speaking about preventing genocide, it's not just a task for the special reporters. By the way, I would like to address to the special reporters, the former acting, the new ones, please, do not say what you are thinking when you are retired. Say it when you are acting. Please, say it when you are acting. Otherwise, it is very complicated to understand what's going on. Why I'm raising this issue? Because I remember then Nagorno-Karabakh was under the siege. It was a siege, medieval siege. Ethnically motivated siege. And when in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, a very good friend of mine, representative of Cyprus, Konstantinos Evstafiou, for the first time raised and said it would be an exodus in the biblical way, nobody reacted. You know why? Because there have been no political consensus. We are speaking about Nuremberg trials. Let's organize a conference dedicated to the Tokyo crimes in Japan. Let's try. We will have the same approach. Unfortunately, no. And you know why prevention is not interesting? And I remember my speech in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe when we discussed the possible exodus of Nagorno-Karabakh population from Azerbaijan. I said, okay, the exodus would happen, and maybe somebody, some good Hollywood director would film a very good movie, maybe it would be an Oscar winner, and that's it. Because, you know, to having a tragedy, to having another Schindler's List, to having another Rwanda, to having another Mayarik, it's interesting. It's a sensation. To film a movie about prevention of genocide, it's a boring documentary. And sorry for saying this, but journalists, the media, they do not think about prevention. We need a media sensation. Armenian genocide was a media sensation. Holocaust was a media sensation. Rwanda became, and so on. Gaza. Nobody think about people who are living in Gaza. Everybody thinking about the sensation we are bringing there. But let's come to the Genocide Convention. I would like to say a couple of words about the convention, referring to the brilliant British scholar George Schwarzenberger, who said, Genocide Convention is non-applicable than necessary, and it's become unnecessary when we are starting to apply it. And this is true. For a long time, until the special tribunals for Rwanda and former Yugoslavia were created, Genocide Convention was a dead letter of international law. It was a corp. Nobody used it, nobody referred it. No, for propaganda reasons, from time to time we have references on it, and for sure we have Eichmann case where it was used, but not in international level. It was that letter of the letter of international law. But what is the problem in this convention? The problem of this convention is the following. We are speaking about two obligations. Obligations to prevent, as my good friend Luis Moreno Ocampo mentioned, actually. This is quite important. I mentioned during another meeting when we organized with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the obligation to prevent genocide is quite important obligation. But here it's another question. How it is possible to prevent genocide? Because when we're speaking about genocide, what's meaning to prevent? You may prevent genocide when you discover that a group or a state is going to organize a mass destruction of a particular group. So there is so-called dolus specialis, special intent to destroy a group. Okay? Tell me, please, whether it is possible on that stage, which is, on my very humble opinion, should be considered as at least attempt of a genocide, whether it is possible in this stage discover and prevent genocide. Because the notion of genocide is one of the rare cases that it has universal recognition, but simultaneously it is very hard to apply to the concrete circumstances. It's almost impossible to apply it is in this or that case, because it's very complicated to prove the existence of the special intent to destroy the group. If we'll ask, for example, this or that politician, whether you destroyed this group with this reason, I said, no, I destroyed it because I need the land. I destroyed this because it was insurgency. I destroyed this group because they attacked us and so on, but I had no intention to destroy the group. And we have something like, very, very complicated mechanism of proving the intent. And here, once again, I would like to refer to my colleagues who addressed this issue before. Yes, I understand some international criminal judges and International Criminal Court who try to somehow restrain itself from such kind of cases, because it's quite complicated to qualify this or that event as a genocide. But another issue and another problem of the Genocide Convention, which became the first international treaty on human rights, that the shortcomings of the convention is there is no monitoring mechanism at all. And nobody up to date spoke about the possibility of having, I don't know, another protocol to the Genocide Convention, the second protocol, the third protocols, and so on, to establish a monitoring, a conventional body, which would represent the interest of the state parties there. I would be very provocative now. Who is perpetrator of genocide? Those persons who occur before international courts? Might be. What about states? Very often, if not always, states who are organizing mass atrocities and especially genocides are the first beneficiaries. And that's why from First to Second World War, in the so-called interwar era, a lot of concepts on state responsibility or international criminal responsibility for the state raised. For sure, it is not possible under contemporary system of international law to bring to criminal punishment the state, but end of the day, not Azeri guys who organized the deportation of Nagorno-Karabakh people, nor Turkish soldiers, nor German soldiers actually, or those who were in Interahamwe in Rwanda were interested or were beneficiary of the genocide. A state, a ruling party, a regime was responsible and beneficiary of genocide. And what are we doing to stop it? Because when we're thinking about prevention, the first thing we should do, we should say to these countries, not to do this. And it is better to say it when we are in our official capacity. Because if you are stated it's clear, it means that sooner or later these countries will start to respect international rule-based order. I don't want to be very talkative. There are a lot of things I would like just to say, but how it is possible just to eliminate the social phenomenon of genocide? It is impossible just eliminate it using the legal terms or legal instrumentarium. We need the general approach. We should first recognize, understand which are the reasons of this genocidal behavior in this or that particular society. The second, I'm saying not in a political way, but we need peace. If there is sustainable peace, it's very complicated to organize and perpetrate genocide. It's almost impossible. If you have a democratic peace, it's rather theoretically possible because you cannot, having a democratic peace, organize a situation of which may lead to the genocide. And if you would like to have really atmosphere environment which may lead to the prevention of genocide, we should be very, very cautious, and we should provide zero tolerance towards the hate speech. Because the hate speech leading to the propaganda and leading to the dehumanization is the direct way for perpetration of each and every genocide. So I understand that I was a little bit provocative, but I don't want to be a book who just translating what other people said. I would like we all together start to think about how it is in reality possible to prevent, especially in the early stages, the possibilities of the new genocides. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vartanian. Actually, you made us even sadder because we were discussing like how political will is important to prevent the genocides, and we usually don't have this will, and we were like thinking about international law, and just you have mentioned that international law is not so much to be reliant on, so we need to think about some new ways of preventing the genocide. And now we are moving to our final panelist, who is not physically with us, but will join us online. Jean Meyer. He's a researcher, and I'm not going to read his biography because it's online and you all can read it. And just one small thing, he's the founder of iStorm magazine. So, Mr. Meyer, the floor is yours, and we are hearing your thoughts. Can you hear us, Mr. Mayor? Do you hear me? No. Mr. Mayor, do you hear me? No, we can't hear you. Sorry. Is your computer unmuted? Can you please check? Can you please talk so we can see? Do we hear you? No. No. Wait a minute, please. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Yes? Is your computer unmuted? I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Can we try one more time? It seems that you are unmuted now, but we cannot hear your voice. To take the headphones? Maybe we can. You can try without your headphones, like, and get yes. Remove the headphones from the computer. Can you talk?
You can hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes. Now we can.
Okay. Let's go. I'm sorry. I could not fly to Yerevan. I deeply regret that, because I remember with a great pleasure when I visit Armenia in the year of the century of genocide. In the edition year 1958 of the British Encyclopedia, the word genocide does not appear. That's a very interesting point. I was very interested by what said Mr. Batanian, and it's true that it's very difficult to use the convention against the criminal because you have to determine the intention to physically destroy a group. And by the way, cultural destruction is not enough, so it's not possible to accuse a government of genocide when he's culturally destroying a nation or a national minority. And by the way, may I say that the linguistic limits sometimes are problematic. Crime against humanity or war crimes needs exactly the same convention on prevention and punishment of genocide. And by the way, punishment is another great subject. One of the problems of the International Court is that historically it has been limited to authors that lost power. Milosevic in Serbia, or the Hutu, or Kir Sampan in Cambodia, but and maybe tomorrow Bashar al-Assad. But what about Benjamin Netanyahu or President Putin or President Aliyev? The tragic contemporary events with mass atrocity have not been prevented. Sudan, Congo, Myanmar, they repeat the tragedy of Biafra, Indonesia, Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia. Could they be prevented if properly detected in a timely manner? Historically speaking, clever observers always existed and always reported warning signs and risk factors. Their testimony was received as Cassandra prophecies. Genocide does not mean always the immediate destruction of a group, of a nation. It may begin with the destruction of institution, culture, language, religion, or economic existence, denial of international help, denial of presence of observers on the ground, imposition of blockades, sieges, starvation, forced displacement under the pretext of security before bombing, for instance. That was visible in Germany in 1933, few days immediately after the accession of Adolf Hitler to power. Then, in 1935, the racial law of Nuremberg. Then, the pogrom of Kristallnacht. The total exclusion of the Jewish people in the German life, German citizens in German life, with very few murders before the Second World War. Then the war gave the opportunity of the Endlösung der Judenfrage, the final solution of the Jewish question. Could be the extermination be deduced from Mein Kampf or from the Nazi Party before the Second War? Some people, as Joseph wrote, spoke as Cassandra, but remember that no country accepted to receive the Jews at the time, beginning with the powerful United States. Today, our incapacity to address and prevent genocide, crimes against humanity, crimes of war, is the same. The world opinion today can't say that it ignores, because we have a lot of information. We always knew all about the atrocity committed by Hafez al-Assad and his son Bashar or by the military in power in Myanmar against the Rohingya minority, whose destiny leaves indifferent all the government. Nobody wants to receive Rohingya, as nobody wanted to receive the Jews before the Second World War. Their fate is almost genocide. Even if the definition of genocide did not integrate cultural genocide and vandalism that was defined by Lemkin in 1933 in MACD in Madrid, vandalism, the systematic destruction of all monuments and objects of the nation that must disappear, if not biologically, historically. What the Azeri government is doing today in Nagorno-Karabakh, what is happening in Turkey with the Greek, Roman, Christian past of Anatolia, what the Chinese government is doing in Xinjiang, Tibet, Mongolia. It doesn't enter in the law, okay. Even if the definition of genocide don't apply to what is doing Israel and Gaza, and years ago, and all the territory of the Ottoman Vilayet or province of Damascus, Jerusalem, or more precisely in the Palestine under British mandate, we are perfectly informed of the crimes of war, of Sahel, and the systematic policy against Palestine and Palestinians. Francesca Escalante is the person that knows everything about that. Gross violation of international law and international humanitarian law. The prima facie evidence is too much, and that is the reason why a great Israeli historian, very respected Omer Bartov, specialist of the Shoah, he uses the word genocide and compare the ideology and passions of the young Israeli soldiers to those of the German soldiers during the Second World War. By the way, he published a book precisely on the German soldiers. Early warnings were received in all the tragedy of the last 60 years. Information was produced, analyzed, and communicated to the United Nations and to the government. But the United Nations is paralyzed by the right of veto of the member of the Security Council. The United States, Russia, China use and abuse of it. Remember that United States and China during 20 years defended the murderous, genocidal government Khmer Rouge Kampuchea of Cambodia. And the poor UN peacekeeping operations have really no power to be effective. We saw that many years ago, just before the War of the 6 Days between Egypt, the Arab country, and Israel. And we saw it in the last 12 years in Israel and Lebanon and now Syria. And remember the disastrous conduct of the Holland blue helmets in Srebrenica. It was supposed to be a space of security, guaranteed by the United Nations for the Bosnian. 3 months ago, the leader, the Serbian leader in Bosnia, Karadzic, by the way, a psychoanalyst and a poet, had condemned the Bosnian people of Srebrenica. I quote, "There is no hope of survival for the inhabitants of Srebrenica resisting our siege." That was a common practice in 16th century Europe to exterminate the people that resisted the siege. But now, wasn't that a warning? And nobody did nothing. True. After that, the International Court for the ex-Yugoslavia prosecuted and condemned the principal leader, but not the Serbian state, never the Serbian state. So, what can we say about the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine? We received many early warnings since 2004 and 2014, and finally in July 2021, when President Putin, in a long intervention that was published after that, announced very clearly what would be his special military operation of February 2022. He was telling Ukraine is a province of Russia. Ukrainians are Russian, but today the poor Ukrainians are neo-Nazi, so we have to conquer them and to cure them. And the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Warnings, yes. Too many warnings. But those countries were in the backyard, first of the Soviet Union and then of Russia. It was impossible to execute any effective international action. After the war, the short war of 2020, Russian blue helmets, they were useless. Without problem, the Baku government violated the peace agreement of Moscow. They used the blockade, starvation, siege, as told Mr. Batanyan, before taking Nagorno-Karabakh by force in 2 days and ethnically cleansing more than 100,000 people. Any sanctions against Azerbaijan? No. And now, after the horrible crimes perpetrated by Hamas in Israel on October 7, 2023, Israel thinks that this crime allows the use of force without any legal and moral restriction. 15 years ago, I wrote a piece of paper called G as Ghetto, G as Gaza. I never thought that from October 8 to today, the tragedy of Gaza might evoke that of Varsovia Ghetto in 1943.
Mr. Mayor, I am very sorry to interrupt. May I ask you to conclude because we are running out of time? Thank you.
Okay. Now, I remember a lesson the great historian, French historian, Marou, told us when I was a student in April 1969. Marou had been a resistant during the World War II, and we were in the time of the war of Algeria and the use of torture by the French army in Algeria. And Marou told us the young French officers tortured by the Nazis during World War II are now doing the same thing in Algiers. No doubt. We have to read and to read again the Leviathan of Thomas Hobbes. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists. I'm sorry we are a bit like running the time, so we don't have time for questions and answers. But if there are like very brief questions, maybe, yes, please.
In the east of Poland, and as it was calculated by Anne Applebaum on the occasion of the honorary doctorate, 40 seconds for the Iskander missile to reach my city. I wanted to ask these excellent panelists, after having thanked them for this fascinating session, what should be done and by whom? Because on the UN part, what I note that the Convention against Crimes Against Humanity was approved to be further processed by the 6th Committee only on the 22nd of November and forwarded in its path, legislative path. And this is a great achievement, and I hope that this, in due time, will allow to cover whatever gaps we have, legally speaking, in prosecuting mass atrocities. But for the time being, give me a recipe.
Thank you for your question. It's really very wide, and I think we will need another panel to be able to answer to your questions, because so far what we have discussed, we could not find a solution, not in a political arena, not in legal as well. So maybe we should turn more on like local agents, like communities, society, to be able to somehow like react, raise awareness, and somehow help like to prevent mass atrocities and genocide. So with this, I would like to thank everyone. So we can continue the discussions during the coffee break, and then we will have our last panel for today. Thank you so much.
Make.
Good afternoon, dear guests. I would like to ask you to take the seats as we start the last second panel of today's forum. So, good afternoon, distinguished panelists, guests, colleagues. I'm Andranik Shirinyan. I'm the country representative for the international watchdog organization Freedom House in Armenia. And it is my pleasure to guide this second panel at the 5th Global Forum against the crime of genocide. It is a great honor to moderate this crucial discussion on strengthening the UN's early response system in addressing gross human rights violations against protected groups. This topic is not just a professional focus, but a deeply personal one for me, particularly as we witness the continued struggles of communities around the globe, including the humanitarian crisis and the forced displacement of tens of thousands of ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. Freedom House and other local and international human rights organizations have conducted a fact-finding mission with the former residents of Nagorno-Karabakh to shed light on what happened in the territory during the past 4 years, with a particular focus in September of 2023. Our report indicates that through intimidation, gross human rights violations, blockades, and imposition of hunger, the ethnic Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh was displaced. But Nagorno-Karabakh is not a unique case. The devastating consequences of delayed international action have become all too familiar. Forced displacement, occupation, gross human rights abuses, including genocide, and the erosion of communities serve as a stark reminder of what happens when the international community hesitates. These tragedies are more than failures of policy. They represent failures of our collective humanity. Today's discussion is a practical one, but I hope it will also be a call to action as we explore how the UN system can become more proactive and effective, emphasizing the need for legal, political, and social mechanisms to align in preventing crises, rather than merely reacting to them. Achieving this demands more than frameworks and statements. It requires unwavering political will, robust international partnerships, and active engagement from democratic institutions such as civil society and the media. Today's panelists bring profound expertise from diverse fields, including international law, diplomacy, human rights advocacy. So let's greet our panelists. We will be joined online by Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, Marcin Marcinko, Chair of Public International Law at Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Agnieszka Klonowicz-Millard, former member of the UN Dispute Tribunal, and Mario Buil-Merse, Senior Political Officer and Chief of Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect. So together we will confront the critical questions about ICC, ICJ, how to ensure justice is not delayed, what role most national governments play in bolstering global human rights mechanisms, and how can civil society and the media effectively amplify early warning signs to galvanize action. But another thing that we all probably can agree about is that for the past years we have witnessed that there are multiple early warning mechanisms, but it's the lack of political will that delays response and action. So the global landscape is fraught with complex conflicts where accountability and justice lag behind unfolding atrocities. And we have a shared responsibility to ensure that the pledges of never again and justice for all transcend rhetoric and translate into meaningful action. So I look forward to an engaging discussion, and we will start with short presentations from our panelists. And joining us online, Francesca Albanese. I would like to ask Ms. Albanese, who is a long-time advocate for human rights and in her role as UN Special Rapporteur has worked in some of the most complex situations around the globe. So I would like to ask to share some insights on the main gaps in the UN's early response systems and the key improvements that you believe are necessary to address these challenges. Please, Ms. Albanese, the floor is yours.
Hear me? Can just someone signal that the voice is clear?
We can hear you.
Otherwise, I will continue, assuming that you can hear me. First of all, I want to greet you all in Yerevan. I would love to be with you. And I thank the Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide for inviting me to this distinguished panel. Unfortunately, because I'm in another in an important meeting in Geneva, I might not be able to stay with you for the entire panel, but I hope so, because I really want to listen to what the other distinguished panelists have to say. But here are my initial remarks in reaction to what I was asked. The situation in Gaza, in the occupied Palestinian territory, but I would say in the region, is really critical. What has happened over the past 14 months in the occupied Palestinian territory and in Gaza in particular shows the failure of the multilateral system, shows a huge gap between norms and application of the norms, between good intentions and goodwill expressed ad nauseam within the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly. And what of this goodwill is made when international law is not upheld? Because Gaza today, with 45,000 people killed, 70% of whom have steadily been, since the very beginning, women and children, and without saying that the men do not count as victims in this conflict. But this is just to say half of the population in Gaza prior to October 7 was made of children, and they are 40% of the victims. 17,000 children have been killed. These are the numbers that we know of bodies or remainings of bodies brought to hospitals and registered. killed. We don't know how many have been have disappeared, how many have been arrested and detained incommunicado, how many are under the rubble, how many are just dispersed. What I know today is that Gaza is destroyed. Gaza doesn't exist anymore as it used to, although the situation prior to October last year was already very serious, very problematic, and marked by protracted impunity, hence the failure of the system. But you know, we see the crisis of international law first and foremost. The principle that the use of force is regulated by UN Charter and cannot be used in violation of the Charter. So the concept of self-defense is very restrained, is very limited, and it doesn't mean that states like the State of Israel cannot protect themselves. Of course they can, but they cannot wage a war against the people in the land they illegally occupy. It has been a crisis from a humanitarian point of view, not only because of the human-made crisis that has been provoked. Well, we know that in wars there are rules, and even if there were a legitimacy to attack the Palestinians through a war, and there was not, but there would have been rules applicable. The international humanitarian law framework is very clear with its principles of distinction, proportionality, precaution, and these principles have been capsized and turned on their head. And so international humanitarian law has been completely devastated. It's one of the victims. And I said in March this year, when I presented my first report concluding that there were reasonable grounds to believe that Israel had committed acts of genocide, that Israel had transformed Gaza into a space without civilians, where everything and everyone was destroyable and killable. And we have seen this script applied in other parts of the region less than 6 months later. But this is ultimately, it's a legal crisis, it's a humanitarian crisis, it's also a political crisis. And it boils down to the fact that if we do not all abide by the rules that the international community has set, being the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Regulations, the Apartheid and the Genocide Convention, and so on and so forth, the human rights system, we all fail because these rules are universal. They apply to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the less powerful, the rich and the poor. And today what we see, and this is the last point I wanted to make, is that the international system has reacted somewhat. There is the international justice system that is moving with the ICC arrest warrants. It's very significant. And also significant and worrisome is the fact that many members, some powerful members of the international community have reacted not abiding by the ICC or threatening not to abide by the ICC. But also, most importantly, the International Court of Justice, the highest judicial organ in the UN system and in the world, has declared unambiguously that the occupation that Israel has maintained in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem is unlawful, and it is to be dismantled henceforth. So withdrawal of the troops, end of the dismantlement of the colonies, and end of the control of the natural resources. Why so? Because all these infringes upon the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people. This is why today, solving the question of Palestine, or what people erroneously, in my view, call the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, can and must be resolved in line with international law, naming ending the genocide now, and immediately ceasefire is necessary. Second, end the occupation in line with the ICJ advisory opinion by next year, because the General Assembly has set 17 September 2025 as the deadline for Israel to comply with the ICJ advisory opinion. And third, end of the apartheid. There is a system of racial discrimination intended for one group to dominate over another, the Palestinians, between the river and the sea, and it is to be dismantled. This is the line that is to be followed, the path that is to be followed to ensure peace and prosperity and security for the Palestinians and Israelis in the land that they both call home. But for it to happen, justice starts at home. This is why each of us is compelled to ensure accountability at home, making sure that political leadership respects international law and is held accountable when it doesn't, that individuals do not make themselves complicit in atrocity crimes, being settlers who move to live in the colonies or selling and buy properties in the colonies, or simply businesses, charities, banks, pension funds, or the military, tech, and surveillance sectors investing in the illegality of the occupation. And eventually it boils down to all of us, no matter who we are in life. So again, may we all be called to take up this role of ensuring justice, starting from what we can do as individuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Albanese, for the remarks. And I think we can look at this forum as well as an avenue to start the process of accountability and international justice. And the emphasis on this point is particularly important at this point in time because of also the situation in Gaza. I think we all deeply care about, and there have been calls for ceasefire from Armenia as well, and we hope that there will be a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. And we pass to our second speaker in the panel, Mr. Marcin Marcinko. So Professor Marcinko, as an expert in public international law and with your deep academic and practical understanding of global legal frameworks, I would like to ask you, what do you see as primary legal or institutional obstacles to improving the UN's early response capabilities? And I know that you have background in fact-finding missions as well, and maybe you would like to talk about the role of fact-finding missions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, almost. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very grateful and honored to be a participant of this great initiative, the Global Forum, and I would like to thank organizers. Thank you for inviting me for that. So yes, I'm a representative of academia, but I would like to assure you, don't worry, it won't be an academic lecture. I have 10 minutes, and I will try to strictly observe this time, maybe 12. But yes, and I would like to focus on UN fact-finding missions, particularly within the framework of United Nations. However, I have some observations, some recommendations also concerning both challenges and opportunities of fact-finding missions, especially in the field of perhaps not early warning, but perhaps preventing conflicts and situations of crisis. So I would like to start with the definition as a typical lawyer, starting with a definition, in order to remind you what fact-finding missions are. And this definition is taken from the Declaration of Fact-Finding by the United Nations adopted in 1991. So we have an activity designed to obtain detailed knowledge of the relevant facts, I would like to underline this word, of any dispute or situation which the competent United Nations organs need in order to exercise effectively their functions in relation to the maintenance of the national peace and security. It is, of course, this definition is related to the activity of the United Nations, but in general we have a group of experts within fact-finding missions and mandated by UN, other international organizations, to investigate a conflict situation, ideally on the ground, on site visits, by establishing credible facts and ascertaining allegations of non-violations. So it's about clarifying the disputed facts through impartial investigations. That's the distinctive feature of this kind of measure to resolve international disputes. And of course, UN organs are very active in establishing such fact-finding missions. They can be established by, for example, Security Council, that's sure, General Assembly, Human Rights Council, Secretary General, High Commissioner of Human Rights. So these organs might be proper to establish fact-finding missions. And it's about, well, establishing facts concerning allegations of serious violations of international criminal, humanitarian, and it depends on the mandate, human rights law. And these commissions, these fact-finding mechanisms have been increased in recent years. Some purposes, some distinctive features and mandates. So it's about to provide impartial knowledge in international disputes and in order to overcome political polarization. So we may say that the primary function of firefighting missions is to investigate, to report facts, what happened, and then how to, but necessarily not to give recommendations. It might be, of course, but rather it might be the beginning of the investigation. So we have fact-finding commissions already established, a central feature, I would even say, of many peace initiatives. And in many cases, those fact-finding missions and reports of those organs represent the basis of allegations, and it may lead to criminal prosecution. So we have some examples from the past. For example, the so-called Passioni Commission, the initial findings of the Passioni Commission made the Security Council to decide to establish International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia. The same situation was in case of Tribunal for Rwanda. And currently findings of such inquiries or such commissions could be relevant also when a prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has opened preliminary examination or investigation. In Darfur case, the work of the commission had a strong impact on the referral of the situation to the ICC. Now, so we have, in most cases, it's the best option actually, to have renowned academics, judges, lawyers as members, as group experts of the commission, and they are guided by principles which meet international legal standards, namely independence, impartiality, thoroughness, effectiveness, and also promptness as far as it is possible. And ideally, if we have a commission which conducts country visits, on-site visits, it of course requires the consent of the target state, and it might be the major obstacle for the commission to act. But it might be also the collection of evidence by third parties, it might be hearing of witnesses, more recently also the use of technologies, satellite imagery, social media even. But conversely, if a commission is going also to focus only on remote information gathering techniques, unbalanced reliance on sources, exclusion of accused states, it might cause legal conflict and it might undermine the credibility of the commission. Now, what about challenges as regards the activity of fact-finding commissions? The first element which is raised in most discussions, in most debates concerning them, is the politicization of mandates. Well, if you ask me about how to resolve this issue, I could, again, answer as a typical lawyer, it depends. Because on one hand, it's true that especially a very broad mandate may cause some problems, especially with the context of a states concerned. So too broadly understood mandates and the over-interpretation of the mandate may cause problems with the contact with on-site visit and so on. But on the other hand, it's unrealistic actually to expect that fact-finding missions, and especially decision to set up that such missions are completely without political influence. Because Human Rights Council, other UN organs, especially Security Council, are political institutions. So the decision-making is bound to the political in nature. But there's one issue I would like to underline which might be used as an argument against, by, let's say, state concerned, against the fact-finding missions. The situation when a mandate is one-sided. So only one party, for example, in case of armed conflict, one party to the conflict is visited, and then the fact-finding mission is gathering evidence against this state, for example. Why it is a risky issue for the credibility of the fact-finding mission? I will give an example from, especially in the case when we have humanitarian law violations or accusations for humanitarian law violations. Now, let's imagine that the issue in question, the issue which should be analyzed and evidence is an attack on a civilian building. So from the international humanitarian law perspective, it might be that, yes, indeed, we have the situation of attacking a civilian building. But on the other hand, some civilian building in certain circumstances might be used for military purposes. According to additional protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions, we have a definition of military objective. And if a civilian building is used for military purposes, it might be treated as, it may lose its protection. So in order to establish facts, the fact-finding mission must contact both parties to the conflict, the defender and the attacker, in order to collect evidence and then to assess whether it is a violation of humanitarian law or not. quite important issue for the objectivity and credibility of the fact-finding mission. And it brings me to the last issue, I promise, the question of methodology. And again, it's about human rights and humanitarian law, because the paradigm, especially in the case of the conduct of hostilities, so in cases when we have humanitarian aspects of a given violation, it is true that we have many similarities between humanitarian law and human rights. But when it comes to conduct of hostilities, it's a problematic issue to not to separate actually the mandate, or perhaps it might be very difficult to separate it. It's because of logistical, organizational, and financial problems. But I think that the mandate should be, or at least experts should be separated. And then we have both experts on human rights and humanitarian law, which may properly analyze and check whether the violation has been has happened or not in a given situation. So to conclude, so methodology, standard of proof should be clearly selected at the very beginning while establishing the fact-finding mission, indicated in order to ensure quality, objectivity, and impartiality of the investigations and then findings of the Commission. And thanks to these activities, the behavior fact-finding reports remain important sources of information about human rights, humanitarian law as well, for violations, and continue to be the basis for other actions. And from the perspective of allegations, I would like to add that early referral to the ICC may allow for the commencement of proper criminal investigation, ongoing violations, and hopefully may play a deterrent role, protective and a preventive role in the future. And let me quote at the very last sentence Benjamin Franklin, who said once, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." Thank you very much for your attention. I'm on time.
Thank you, Professor, for this nuanced presentation about fact-finding mission, and it was even less than 10 minutes, so thanks a lot for that. And we pass to our...
For the first time this year, so, and here in December, so achievement.
We had a discussion before the panel, so probably that's why. But we pass to our third speaker, Ms. Klonovic-Millard. So drawing on your experience with international dispute resolution and your time within the UN system, how would you assess coherence and operational efficiency of the UN in responding to the emerging human rights crisis?
Thank you for having me. I am not sure I was invited here to propose a global solution or speak for the UN, but I would like to share, and that's why I guess I was invited, my experiences on 2 hybrid tribunals that were created under the UN auspices. I will get there in a sec, but before that I wanted to congratulate ourselves and those friends who remained still, that we moved on to answering actually some questions. And one conclusion from my colleague's presentation is that at least you document, yes? And we also had this conversation during the break with Jan, that at least you document, and you document well, because it's become easier these days, and technology that sometimes turns against those persecuted or those at risk of persecution also can help document and maybe prevent in the end the atrocity, and certainly can be used, if not today, then maybe tomorrow, in some way to invoke accountability or prevention, or be used in a good way. So this documentation is very important. It's important for the general public, it's important for the decision makers, it's important for the UN. It's important eventually at the end of the spectrum for courts of whatever kind, among them hybrid courts as well, to be able to discharge their mandates. And in addition to fact-finding commissions or very skilled and dedicated institutions or NGOs who are engaged in documentation. We perhaps, if I am to speak about the UN, we should mention the two successful mechanisms that are the most recent creation, that is the International Independent and Impartial Mechanism for Syria and its equivalent for Myanmar. And the especially Syrian report was released right before the take of Damascus. So I direct you to the online version, which is redacted but now available, and it shows what a great work was done under the auspices of the United Nations, where also the effort of international community as a whole and NGOs was used to create a record of atrocities that now can be made available to third country prosecution, such as Germany, Holland, France. The Syrian atrocities are being prosecuted, especially in Europe. We'll see yet what about Myanmar, but this is something that we can do. In the era of hybrid tribunals that I am about to speak, we didn't have that much technological opportunity yet. But these days, you can you go to Africa, and on a road there is a Maasai in a traditional Maasai costume, in still wearing the shoes made of tire. Car tire, and not carrying a spear anymore, but carrying a stick. But what its characteristics that he is talking on a smartphone, and there is coverage. So now there is a technical possibility of documenting atrocities. So, but what also the UN invented and actually put in operation were hybrid courts. And I would say in the first 2 decades of the second millennium, we saw this proliferation of hybrid courts, which didn't turn into a paradigm, well-developed paradigm, because they operated in a very specific context, on the ground, in terms of politics, logistics, type of criminality, and the legal framework. So the postulates that are addressed to the hybrid courts are the same basically as those that are directed at any justice institution that deals with mass atrocities. And I wanted to stress that this is not just for genocide, these are mass atrocities, because I am hoping to live long enough for to the day where we have a nicely covered legally the area of international crimes, so that there is no cracks where the cases may slip into. So there is, of course, the retribution and the general deterrence and permanent reduction in the phenomenon of impunity, but also there is this restorative impact that criminal trials have on affected communities, the reconciliation effect. This is what is being formulated. Redress to victims when states are unable or unwilling to do that. And establishment of historical record of atrocities. The existence of armed conflict, who participated, who did not, persons responsible though not charged. So I am not saying that the courts can do it better, because they do it under the strictures of the criminal procedure. But so it may work both ways. However, these records are valuable, even though the convictions do not follow, or if the convictions follow but are not then followed by punishment, as in the case of Special Tribunal for Lebanon. Yes. So, if you read the recent Human Rights Council resolution from April 24, you will find these objectives again reiterated again. So we are not reinventing the wheel here. These are the expectations, and they can be met to some extent. Yes. So when it comes to hybrid courts, the paradigm presupposes two factors at minimum, I'd say. They are a blend of internalization or domestication, which varies in each hybrid court or tribunal, and they have a finite existence, which is defined by a particular legacy with which they need to struggle. So they are not, even if they are called called court. They are not to be there permanently as opposed to International Criminal Court. They have as a foundation always an element of international law or international démarche. They may have basis in bilateral agreements, others have basis in Security Council resolutions or a combination. Others are technically based in national law but are underpinned by international agreements or decisions. Applicable laws, the procedural ones, may be tailor-made to fit the particular tribunal or may be modified. National framework may be modified to fit the purpose. Material law may be domestic, may be international law, may be a mixture of both. All hybrid courts, however, are in some sense nationally owned, where national judges, prosecutors, and in some cases also defense counsel are supplemented pursuant to a varying ratio with international counterparts. And most of the time, and this is preferred, they hear cases in country. And they have been quite a few hybrids to date. But all but one have ceased their operation. The time flies, I can see. So if you're interested in all of them, we may leave it for later. However, I wanted to mention the two ones. The first one, in 2000, in February, the history was made when the United Nations mission in Kosovo, for the first time ever, inserted international judges and prosecutors into the domestic legal system to work alongside with the local members of the judiciary. And the last one, just as we thought that the patience of international community governments was exhausted, and so was the PERS, popped out the newest creation, which is the Special Criminal Court for Central African Republic. And this is the one that is still in operation with great success. In that it discharges its mandate in an impressive speed and at a very low cost. So the problems with the hybrids is always that, first of all, there is rather a difficult process of arriving at the agreement to have them set up. This was not the case in missions, because the missions were vested already with the executive mandate, so it was a stroke of pen. But the thinking behind it was quite cumbersome as well. And even the executive missions, the one in Kosovo and then in East Timor, were not free from the dilemma of whether to do it, to what extent, to define it, how to define its mandate, and there were quite a few corrections in this course. The second is always, of course, the budget, because as a conclusion, and I can give examples if need be, this becomes about the budget in the end. So there is a political will and there is a funding. And efficiency and productivity of the courts are deeply interconnected with the availability of resources. So, and the budget proves to be directly connected not only to the quality of the overall performance, but also to the level of confidence towards its institutions. And if I could ask for these two pictures to be put in the end, or at least one of them, so that to be a nice picture for the end of my 10 minutes. In any event, the big success of hybrid tribunals is that majority of them had a very high approval ratio on the ground among the host populations or native populations. So in the case of Sierra Leone, it was over 90%. In the case of Cambodia, it was between 60 and 80%. 500,000 people in Cambodia encountered the tribunal in some way, either through the radio broadcast or they were brought by buses to the courtroom and could directly follow the proceedings. And there is also high approval locally for the court in Central African Republic, even though it's a very, very poor court. It sits in a mediocre building, and the judges are seconded by the governments, generous enough to second them and pay their salaries. but they rotate frequently, so there is a challenge with developing the institutional memory and capacity, because it comes with the time. The lead time shortens with the operation of the court, but then usually the donor fatigue comes into play and they are closed down. But I wouldn't abandon hope. So this was to finish on the optimistic note that there are things that the UN does, even though it's usually like turning a tank, I guess. You need time for it. Thank you.
Thank you for the amazing presentation, and I think that was a really nice note to finish the presentation of the hope and the belief in international system and international mechanisms, especially at this point in time when there are so many crises and there is this doubt about international mechanisms. I think we should bolster our efforts in protecting these systems. And I think during the online broadcasting, the photos that you were referring to have been shown, because I've been following the online and there were some photos. Maybe that's where, let's hope that the photos were shown during the broadcasting. But let's move to our next speaker. But before, I also want to ask the audience that we will have, after the last presentation, we will have time for Q&A. So if there are some questions, please prepare those, because we will have some time for the questions with the audience, and we hope that the session will be as interactive as possible. So moving on to Mr. Mario Buil-Merse, you are leading efforts in genocide prevention and the responsibility to protect. So what are some of the most significant challenges that your office faces in coordinating these timely responses that we are talking about during this forum, and how can the broader UN system support these efforts, your efforts, more sufficiently?
Thank you very much for the question. Thanks also, it goes without saying, to Armenia for the opportunity to participate in this global forum in representation of our office. For those of you who don't know much about it, our office, the Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect, was established in 2004, precisely as a result of learning the lessons of the genocides that have been referred to in a previous panel, of genocide, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, and the 1995 Srebrenica genocide. And those lessons were articulated in sort of documents that were prepared by the UN at the time. And they alluded at failures both from the side of the Secretariat of the United Nations, the civil servants, people like myself and my colleagues, but also the failures of the member states in the intergovernmental organs of the United Nations. And I think that the challenges that were identified then, to an extent, continue being present, as we've heard throughout the morning and also in the session this afternoon. So let me perhaps refer to some of them. Not before finalizing the thought of what the mandate of the Special Advisor is, resulting from the lessons learned of the failure of those genocides, precisely because there were identified failures in analyzing the situation in both cases as potentially leading to genocide, number one, and number two, the failure of bringing those situations and putting those situations on the table of those who take decisions at the United Nations. The Secretary General in 2004 decided to equip the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide with a mandate that contains 4 key components. Collect information on situations that, if not prevented or halted, might lead to genocide. Collect and analyze that information. Alert the Secretary General, and through him or her, the Security Council. Make recommendations to mitigate those risk factors. And fourth element, very key and very much directed to the question that you asked, Mr. Chair, work with the rest of the United Nations system to enhance the collective capacity to prevent. Now, we can think of challenges on the side of information collection and assessment and on the side of response. The information collection and assessment is more internal, if you wish, although the mandate doesn't require our office and the Special Advisor to get that information only from within the United Nations system. It talks about particularly from within, but that doesn't exclude the outside the United Nations. So we're always very open to receiving any kind of early warning information that any organization civil society, national human rights institutions, member states, regional organizations want to share with us. Perhaps the challenge that we have on the information collection system, being a relatively small office based at the United Nations headquarters in New York, is that we don't have field presence. Of course, the UN has a lot of field presence in many countries in different configurations. We don't need to go into that. And many of those configurations look at the types of issues that are important for us. And the issues that are important for us are the issues that are included as risk factors or indicators in our framework of analysis for atrocity crimes, which has been referenced in previous sessions. I can speak more about it if there's interest from the audience, but I will not linger on it. But the big challenge perhaps is that, you know, all these different UN presences on the ground, all the different parts of the UN departments, agencies, have different mandates. They may look at the same situations, but they really look at different things. For us, what is important is to make the connection between, and I'm simplifying a lot, but to make the connection between structural weaknesses, if you wish, and dynamic elements that can be conducive to the commission of the crime of genocide. So amongst our risk factors, we look at things as, you know, motivation by key actors at a moment, at a given moment in time. You know, hate speech has been referenced, I'll refer to it a little later. But when you have instances of hate speech, or even worse, direct incitement to commit the crime, you know, these are very dynamic elements. Now, if we put them in a context where there's no solid national human rights institutions, there's no accountability for what people do or say, you know, we have consistent UN reports by, you know, the Human Rights Council and the different mechanisms there, by special rapporteurs, by UN field missions, special political missions, peacekeeping missions. You know, it's that sort of joint analysis that can create for us the need not to elevate that concern. And you know, there are many challenges involved in that information collection and assessment, but at the end of the day, that's an internal job of the UN. No? That's where we need to get better, and I think periodically we've tried to do that and to advance the work in there. Now, on the response side of things, how do we respond, no? When we consider that this risk exists? A lot of the response is internal. I mean, the mandate requires the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide to alert the Secretary General. Now, many of those alerts are internal. They are not necessarily made public. They do, however, inform discussions between the principal level decision makers at the United Nations. The Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide sits at the Executive Committee of the Secretary General, which meets regularly, and they discuss this type of situations. And those mechanisms are aimed at generating a coordinated response, no, in respect to those situations. But again, a lot of that response, or you know, states in the definition of a response, is internal and not necessarily publicized. Now, what is public? The Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide, also the Special Advisor on Responsibility to Protect, can issue statements, public statements. We issue quite a number of statements. The Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide in the last year and a half has issued more than 10 statements on the situation of Sudan, to bring a particularly poignant example. Now, you know, the issuance of statements itself can be challenging because different parts of the UN system might have different priorities at a given moment in time. Therefore, it's also important to coordinate what is said, when it's said, and by whom. No? And part of that exercise is involved in the decision on when or whether a statement should be issued or not. Of course, the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide speaks in public events, conferences and the like. The Special Advisor conducts interviews. But you know, for us, obviously, the most important public engagement by the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide, or the Special Advisor on Responsibility to Protect, is the engagement with intergovernmental bodies of the United Nations. And that's where the political challenges come. I like very much the intervention that was made earlier today about the you know, the consideration of situations as at risk of genocide or related crimes as being part of a political deliberation. And you know, the challenge we consistently have in explaining that when, even within the borders of a country, you have a situation where the risk of commission of this type of crimes exists, it's very likely that that situation can also constitute a threat to international peace and security. Because normally when these crimes are committed or allegedly committed, they don't stay within the confines of the border of a member state. They normally have an affectation in the countries around. So, you know, that explanation, I think, over time has become a little more normal, but there are some member states that still don't accept that. And that's important because it means that they may not be willing to accept to have such a discussion within the Security Council as the primary organ in the United Nations to address matters of international peace and security. Thanks to Armenia and thanks to Armenian resolutions of the Human Rights Council, the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide has the opportunity every 2 years of briefing the Human Rights Council. And this brief normally has a thematic angle, but within that thematic angle, it has been the practice that the Special Advisor has used the opportunity to essentially reflect on a number of situations across the globe for which she has been concerned on the basis of risk factors and indicators of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. So, you know, would we like to have similar opportunities for engagement with the Security Council? Of course, but we don't have that. There has been a limited number of briefings by successive special advisors on the prevention of genocide to the Security Council. They are dependent, of course, on the presidency of the Council to accept such briefings or to invite the special advisor to provide such briefings. They're also subject to the members of the Security Council accepting such briefings. And that's where the issue of the different initiatives connected to limitations in the use of the veto power could be very significant, no? But we're not there yet. I think that's a challenge that we need to observe. That said, you know, we think that a lot of the atrocity prevention agenda can be conducted from an early prevention stage, where the role of these intergovernmental bodies may be less essential, and where the UN may have a lot of let's say, more space to conduct activities through, you know, the work of country teams, through the work of special political missions, through the work of peacekeeping missions. You know, for us, anything that relates to advancing the 2030 agenda and fully implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 16, is absolutely paramount. For us, work on hate speech, no, is essential. The Secretary General approved the adoption by the UN of a strategy and plan of action of hate speech in 2019, for which our office is the focal point. So within the remit of that work, we've been supporting a number of country teams to develop national action plans on hate speech, and some member states have also asked for our office's technical assistance to do that. No? So we try to encourage that. I like very much the point that Special Rapporteur Albanese made about the international obligations that all member states have, no? And how it's important that we continue emphasizing this. And she alluded to the Genocide Convention. Allow me to make the point that the acting Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide made in the opening remarks this morning. The 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, of the crime of genocide, is binding upon all member states, irrespective of whether they have ratified the convention or not. And we know that about a quarter of the states in the world have not ratified the convention 76 years after its adoption. No? So all possible efforts to make member states own the convention, no? And to put in practice the measures to implement it are essential. Let me just speak for 1 minute about two other points that were included in the panel: the element of partnerships, the element of accountability. For us doing the prevention work as a small office in the UN, but working with the rest of the system, partnerships are essential. We have developed a number of partnerships with a number of actors on different themes, but since I was referring to hate speech, let me mention that under the leadership of Special Advisor Nderitu, the office developed a number of policy action plans on promoting, working to counter hate speech with a specific group of constituencies, with traditional leaders, with religious leaders and actors, with media actors, journalists, with women in communities, with sports people. We have a number of networks that are very committed to implement these plans of actions with the support of our office and through the activities that we could channel with the help of our country teams on the ground. So that's something very important for us. On accountability, I mean, the panelists who have spoken before me have already outlined the importance of this. No? Let me just make one extra point. Accountability is essential for prevention. It's very obvious, but obviously if there's no accountability, the risk of recurrence is real, because impunity by itself constitutes a risk factor for the commission of genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity. But moreover, if there are no venues for accountability, those who have been victimized may find no other solution to address their grievances that themselves committing violence. So, you know, on all of this, it is essential, be it through hybrid courts, be it through a domestic courts, be it through the ICC, be it through the ICJ. It is essential that we prioritize accountability as an instrument of prevention. It is also essential, and I will conclude with this, that we explain what the courts do. I'm sure that part of the very positive ratings that have been mentioned in respect to hybrid courts have to do with the fact that the courts have explained their work in the communities where they were operating. One of the things that we want to do in our office is work to explain the content of verdicts by international tribunals in cases where international tribunals have determined that genocide has been committed. Not only because you know, that's essential to counter denial and glorification of war criminals, which is a very real concern in countries that have experienced these crimes and where international tribunals have determined conclusively that genocide has been committed, but also because at the end, education is the best form of prevention. It's not the you know the hot potato crisis mode situation that education can address, but nevertheless. It needs to be prioritized, and that's where the UN can actually do a lot of work in coordination with a range of other partners without necessarily relying on the support of intergovernmental bodies, which on the other hand are necessary for the hot potato issue. So I'll finish at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing this really important perspective to the conversation, and thus we open the floor for the questions from the audience. If there aren't, I would like to ask you to prepare. We have a question, the second row, please. And I would like to ask if Ms. Albanese is still with us. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
To Mario Wilmers, the question is, I'm very interested in your practice. Can you tell us a little more when your office were invited to the council, in what cases was you invited, and then how states react with the office? Are they going to see you and then move ahead on this, analyze the situation, or the contrary? Are they saying no, 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 no? So, two questions, because you're looking for me, I'm here. So, one question is, when the Security Council invite you for meetings? Second question is, what type of pressure you have from governments? The majority is pushing you ahead, go, say it's risk, or very active states say, wait, no, this case not.
So this question is for Mr. Mario Wilmers, yes. Right?
Yes.
Okay. I suggest we collect questions because there were many. So on the second row, please.
Hi. Considering the, first of all, thank you all for your brilliant presentations. Considering the topic of this panel, one thing that surprised me we didn't hear anything about was the veto power, and how that is probably the single most important reason we're not able to prevent genocides, in my humble opinion. So I'm going to ask a controversial question that I'm pretty sure Mario is not going to want to answer, but it's for everyone. How do we address this? How do we find a way to either get around the use, or rather abuse, of the veto power, and or just do away with it altogether? And in your individual posts, you know, given that, you know, as a scholar, as a judge, as senior political affairs officer for the most important office in the UN for this particular subject, at what point do we start calling states, you know, the P5 states, out for abusing their veto power and holding them accountable for either becoming complicit in genocide or aiding and abetting genocide? You know, at what point is that going to start becoming part of, really seriously part of the conversation? And when are we going to become brave enough to, you know, call the states out on it? I know we know it's happening, but I feel like the accountability conversation is always just on the perpetrators and not enough. And also, of course, you know, people who sell weapons or whatnot, but this political move is one of the most dangerous ones, and I don't think we're paying enough attention to it. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for a really amazing question. It's something that has been debated a lot for the past years. Another question, please?
I'm really sorry to do this, but the UN seems to be the topic right now. So, Mr. Wilmers, I'm going to follow up on Luis Ocampo's really important question and ask the special advisor on genocide prevention has been functioning for more than 20 years. And when I look at it, and I don't mean to be critical, I know people are incredibly committed and all those kinds of things. The special advisors are always very committed people. But if I look at the 1990s, which were disastrous, we know, but then I look at the 2000s and Sudan and so forth, and I look at the 2010s, and now I look at the 2020s, it doesn't look like that the introduction of this office has actually changed things on the ground. And I know that's not exactly true, but it doesn't look like the net results have changed dramatically. That doesn't mean you're not talking about things, but I'm wondering a little bit like the question that we had before, where is the blockage that happens? I'm thinking originally like Juan Mendez would not say Armenian genocide, for instance. There are all these kind of restrictions. And we're seeing it even now in terms of recommendations. And I don't think that's the fault of people, but I'm trying to figure out where, again, following that thing, where is the blockage? Is there self-censorship? Is there just, it seems like there's almost a decision about which cases count and don't count, and it's almost worse than the 90s when anybody could make a case from any direction and there wasn't an office that was sort of deciding which counted and which didn't. So.
Thank you for the questions. Let's proceed with answering these questions, and then we will have another round of Q&A. Let's start with our panelists, and each of you can give some remarks. I know Mr. Wilmers was on the spotlight, but maybe the others have also comments to make, maybe about the veto power. So let's start, Professor, if you have comments to make about the...
I only wanted to draw attention to the fact that actually the ad hoc tribunals were created under Chapter 7 by the Security Council. So the Security Council, when it wants, it works. Also, Security Council affirmed the creation of the Special Tribunal for Lebanon. It was not for genocide or mass atrocity, but a terrorist attack. However, there was a Security Council decision when there was no decision by the domestic parliament. So again, when it wants, it can act. That last one actually backfired because it was an imposition that caused a lot of upheaval in Lebanon and neighboring Syria at the time. But it's politics, so you never know. One day it works, the other day it doesn't work. But we are in that difficult time when it doesn't work where we want it to work. Yes. Thank you. Just this remark. And we have ICC.
Thank you. Though, Mr. Marchenko, you passed on the question, but I think in many ways there are answers in the theory as well. So maybe you can provide some remarks how we can find answers and how we can reform the Security Council so that it becomes functional.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much that you stay with us, for your patience and for your determination. I hope that it was done voluntarily. Yeah, well, I think that at the very beginning, the founders of the United Nations, they decided to give permanent membership to some superpowers at the time, and believing that it would work. However, as we know, right now we have one player, let's say, one of the permanent member accused of being an aggressive state. So it's completely different situation, a completely different approach. And as we remember also, there were some attempts to reform Security Council, to, for example, remove the veto, to remove permanent membership, or to make more states with this right. So there were some attempts to do it. However, I think that there was a lack of political will to change it. So states with permanent membership, I think that they decided, well, let's leave it like it is, as it is. It's a way, probably for them, it's easier to to control some political relations, international relations, to focus on some particularities in the regions in order to gain, I don't know, economic benefits or another benefits, political as well. So, but I agree with Agnieszka, with Professor Konowicz-Kamila, that we have some situations when the Security Council, both non-permanent members and permanent members, may act unanimously together, and they can pass some resolutions. I remember, unfortunately, I don't remember the name of the author, but after establishing the first ad hoc tribunal, there was an article which was titled Security Council start legislating. So a new approach of the Security Council to create some, of course it was debatable and controversial at that time while establishing the tribunal, but I think that we have some specific, from the past, specific situations when it is possible for Security Council to act. However, I think that this veto in a contemporary situation, contemporary world, might be the most important obstacle in giving a unified voice from the Security Council. That's my opinion.
Thank you. So it all goes down to the political will, as always. And so, please, I think you received 3 questions, if I'm not mistaken. So the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you so much. And I mean, all of them, the 3 of them, very, very pertinent questions. I mean, let me start with the most difficult one. What difference have we made as an office? It's hard to tell. I don't know, obviously, you cannot prove the success of prevention. It's also true that on the most difficult situations, although we have a framework of analysis where we look at risk factors and indicators, as I was mentioning, sometimes we need to do the assessments. Some of the times the assessments just fall on us because they are very clear. A number of situations that you have around the world today point to the existence of these risk factors. I think part of the problem, and that also goes to the question on visiting, is the politicization and sensitivity that exists around the term genocide. It's very hard to, for member states, I believe, and also for, partners within the UN and other regional organizations to accept that we're talking about risk of genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity. Often the alarm goes off when we are in situations where the crimes have allegedly been already committed or where we are very close to the commission. If you raise the alarm when you are a little far from there, the reaction that you may receive by member states, especially by the member states where the crimes might have been committed or where we think there could be a risk of commission of genocide, the reaction will normally be, we're far from that. So it's hard then to work on this because our approach, and now I connect to the question on visiting, our approach is to work with member states in mitigating the risk. It's true that we can elevate alerts to the Secretary General and do public statements and brief intergovernmental bodies, but that at the end of the day, prevention can be more successful if the member states where we think there is a concern is willing to work with the United Nations, with our office, but with other parts of the system as well, to mitigate this risk. And visits by the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide have to be prepared. I mean, you need either to be invited or you need the member state to accept that you visit. And sometimes the member states send the invitation and express the interest in having the Special Advisor to visit. On other occasions, it's the Special Advisor who makes the request on the basis of concerns, on the basis of opportunities for prevention for which we think that we can work with a given state. We have good examples of work with member states, but normally, states who are not willing to engage the ability to work on mitigating risk factors for genocide because they don't think genocide can happen in their country, will not necessarily accept a visit by the Special Advisor. Now, of course, in all of that, again, there's the public dimension of things and there's the private diplomacy dimension of things. And as you can imagine, the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide has many meetings with ambassadors, has many meetings with council members on situations of concern. And you know, that element of trying to convince, you know, why a visit could be helpful, or why elevating a situation to an intergovernmental body might be helpful, happens constantly. On the issue of the veto and how to address, you know, the issue of the veto, look, for us as the technical people, you know, within the Secretariat of the UN trying to do this analysis, we cannot we cannot change the rules of the Security Council, no? These are the rules of the Charter, that's the architecture that we work with. What we can do is to try to make the case as compelling as possible. The more we can put on the table a situation explaining why we think, you know, risk factors and indicators in this document are present, and how the situation has evolved in a deteriorating way, right? Because the systematic look at these risk factors doesn't only allow you to see a photo of a country or a situation or a region. It can also give you a movie, if you allow me the expression. It can also help you explain how a situation has deteriorated over a period of weeks, months, or years. So, you know, it's on us to make the case compelling, so that, you know, if there's a veto, at least the country that, you know, has the veto has some explaining to do why they think that that situation should not be explained. Allow me to say also that, and sorry that I'm elaborating a bit on the response, but of course for us, briefings by the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide are very important, but it goes without saying that briefings by other principals in relation to situations where these risk factors exist are equally important. So it may not be our mandate that will be sitting at the table, but, you know, a briefing by the Undersecretary General for Political Affairs, for example, or by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, or briefings to the Human Rights Council by special rapporteurs that allude to the presence of these risk factors can also make an important point that can open spaces. So, but, you know, it's a very political environment. The term of genocide, one would think that when we see these situations, we should be bold in calling the risk, and somehow the perception sometimes is the opposite, that because it's so grave, we need to be absolutely sure that the crime will be committed, and when we have that certainty is when the crime has allegedly been committed, so then it's the time of the court. So yeah, sorry, I didn't really respond, but I'm just reflecting on the challenges of the situation.
Thank you. If Ms. Albanese is with us, maybe she also would like to provide some responses to the...
Very much so. Very much so, thank you. And I would like to comment both on the question of impunity, on the question of the veto power, and the question of genocide being politicized. So it's true. The question of the veto power and the abuses connected to it didn't come to the fore, but because it seems to be the open secret, the elephant in the room, and it's there, and it's very much the order or the disorder within the multilateral system, and it has always been there. If you want, the instruments to circumnavigate it, if I can say so, are there, because there is a United Nations General Assembly Resolution 377, otherwise known as Uniting for Peace, that states that in any case where the Security Council, because of lack of unanimity, hence because of the veto power among the 5 permanent members, fails to act as required to maintain international security and peace, then the General Assembly can consider the matter and make recommendations to UN members for collective action, collective responses. It has been used in the past. Of course, that as well is very political, because the UN is a political body as an organization made of states. However, I want to underline that even on the occasions where there was no veto power, like in June this year, the Security Council passed, with the US abstaining, a resolution calling for a ceasefire. There have been Security Council resolutions on the occupied Palestinian territory re-emphasizing the illegality of the settlements. Has it changed? Has it changed the course of action? No, because ultimately impunity has reigned, and today we are seeing the bitter fruit of that impunity turning into genocide, which leads me to the second point. It wouldn't occur to me to say that genocide is politicized, and as a first thing that comes to mind, maybe because as a lawyer, my first reaction is to say what constitutes genocide is not matter of opinion, is not a matter of political judgment, is not matter of personal memories and experience. What constitutes genocide is in Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, and it's the intent to destroy a group in total or in part through specific acts. And what strikes me here is that I am the one who has investigated for 40 months what has happened in Gaza, and have produced 2 reports concluding that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Israel has committed genocide, and have said, by using the jurisprudence, there is a risk that genocide is being committed. We don't even need to agree that there is a genocide ongoing, because the International Court of Justice in January, on January 26, has recognized the risk to the rights protected under the Genocide Convention for the Palestinian people, hence the risk of the genocidal acts might be committed. The court has issued provisional measures that have been systematically violated, not observed. And the ICJ issued another set of provisional measures in March, then in May, in May, but it also recalled the importance of its first set of provisional measures in March. More than that, there are 2 genocide proceedings before the ICJ for what's going on in the occupied Palestinian territory. One is against South Africa, and the other one is against Germany. And in this proceeding, in the second proceeding, while the ICJ has not issued provisional measures, it has reminded member states of their obligation to suspend arms trades to the state that might be committing genocide, which in this case is Israel. So we are clear that the Convention on Genocide has been violated in its obligation to prevent. And now the point is, instead of talking politics, can we come to an agreement that the system is failing over and over, and therefore we are left in uncharted territory where if the system fails, all of us are going to be less protected. And this is why I think that member states must be brought back to senses that legality is not an option, legality is an obligation, and societies and international community which agrees to be able to get rid of the rules is a society which has embraced lawlessness. And on this positive note, I'm afraid that I will have to leave you because another meeting is resuming. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you for amazing remarks. And with this, we open the floor for the second and last round of questions. Okay, let's start from there.
Thank you very much, and I'm afraid, and I apologise in advance, it's another question for Mr. Bill Mercer.
Because there are too many questions, can we keep the questions also short?
Yes, it'll be very short. You mentioned accountability and the importance of that within the mandate for the Office of Genocide Prevention. You also mentioned that the alerts that go to the General Secretary are confidential, and I understand why they might be. At any point in the future, are the number of alerts sent about any situation to the General Secretary published, or is that come into the public domain at all?
Thank you. We have a question here.
Thank you. It's not a question for Mr. Bill Mercer, but to say that he's right about the fact that there's a politicization of the concept of the crime of genocide. In fact, usually law there's a lot of politicization on law, but about the crime of genocide, about the incrimination of the crime of genocide, if there is so high politicization, it's maybe because there's a lack of legislation lack of definition of the crime of genocide. And when we return to the text of the Genocide Convention, when we return to the background, when we return to the way of working of Lemkin, it's possible to act in a stronger way towards the fact. And we have a good example with a report of Ocampo, former prosecutor, who did a report the summer 2023 and about the Haut-Karabakh, and he used and he really worked the Genocide Convention to establish an act of genocide against the people of the Haut-Karabakh. So it means that it's possible to continue to work with the Genocide Convention with this effort with more legal and more definition of the crime of genocide.
Thank you. We have questions here. Let's go first to the woman in the second row. Here? No.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'll try to be quick. I wanted just to supplement what Mario was explaining from the point of view of member states, UN member states. Namely, when I started...
Please, let's keep it short.
Very short, yes. I just wanted to say in 2014, this framework document, a prevention tool, was published. And when I started working it, I immediately saw the value. We translated it into our language, which is a language of 2 million people only, and we did awareness-raising events for students, academics, other intellectuals, but also every and each parliamentarian got a copy of that because we printed it in our own language. That's important, to reach out on a local, national basis and do the awareness raising and create an atmosphere of human rights-based approach, of rule-based approach, etc., etc. So we heard today that the result is not what happens, but what destroying does not happen. So we all have to, and I agree with Francesca Albanese, we all had a responsibility, and here I see a great value of the 20 years plus of your work in the office and also of the Global Center, which sends us every week information of what is alerts and what is going on and analyzes, and this is also one of the resources where we form our opinions when we then talk in multilateral fora about different kinds of conflicts. So I think I just wanted to add, yes, there is value, and please continue.
Thank you. Let me check the time. I think we can take one more question. Okay, sorry. Please, it's a question, right?
Yes, it is a question. Thank you so much. It's more like a practical question, because at the moment we see a new humanitarian crisis unfolding in Syria. And my question is, do you have any insights, any leads on that a possible genocide or any related atrocities is going to happen to the Kurds in the northern and eastern Syria? Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear audience. I'm sorry we don't have the time for more questions anymore, but I will open the floor for your final remarks. Let's try to conclude in 2 minutes each, and I'll pass it to Mr. Marchenko.
So, well, first of all, I'm afraid that I, as a theorist, rather not a practitioner, I have no idea what to answer for the question. However, it's important, and I think that I should take a look at it and probably do research, like with these fact-finding missions. So what I can say, of course, I agree with my distinguished colleagues concerning some mechanisms which are still operative within the United Nations. And from my perspective, while dealing with fact-finding missions and trying to find especially critical and also skeptical approach to fact-finding missions, I found in most cases a rather positive background for the activity of such commissions. And from the perspective of the topic of our forum, I think that, well, perhaps not early warning, but prevention, might be the element of the activity of this commission. And of course, how to resolve this at the very beginning. So these commissions, this fact-finding mechanism may help, may support, in my opinion, to some efforts, some steps, not to escalate the conflict. Okay, so to stop it, probably to find out what happens actually, and then what measures might be taken, including the allegations. But it's the part of other organs. So it might be that the reports might be a very fruitful and useful element for other organs conducting, for example, the question of responsibility of states and individuals. Thank you.
Professor, thank you, Professor. And Ms. Klonovic-Komilart, please, the floor is yours.
I have an impression the question was rather for Mario, who's stolen the show here.
This is the last round
About
as well for final
about
remarks.
Syria, yes, and the Kurds in Syria. I only remark, once you've given me the time, that we had a small dilemma for a moment at the Khmer Rouge Tribunal, whether in a situation when there is a widespread attack on the civilian population, on own nation, and attack on civil liberties, and killing and detention and deprivation of basically every right and dignity. If there is a nationally identified group that is encompassed by this attack, whether it should be qualified as genocide or whether it should be encompassed by the overall crime, which may or may not have a specific intent as to this group. And what the tribunal, what the court has eventually decided, you can read for Cambodia, you can read on the website. But it is a dilemma, and you may argue that when there is an overall intent and scope of attack, we do not particularize it for a religious minority among them if they are encompassed by a greater scope of criminality. Thank you. But what did the office, Mario will all confess now.
Thank you, Mr. Bull-Mercer.
No, thank you so much.
You are under a lot of pressure today.
Now, look, I mean, on the country situation, and I'll connect the two questions. I mean, we don't have unlike other mandates within the UN, the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide does not have an annual reporting obligation to any of the bodies. So there's an element of the secrecy of the communication, unless there is a willingness to write a statement or have some public pronouncement on it, which again depends on the willingness of the Special Advisor, on the analysis that we have, and also on the communication that exists with other parts of the United Nations system. So I won't be able to comment on that specifically. On the issue of the convention, and the elements of the convention, I mean, I agree with you, sir, and I agree with Special Rapporteur Albanese. At the end, the terms of the convention are very clear on what constitutes the crime of genocide. That said, an office like ours is not mandated to determine whether the crime has been committed. What we do is to look at risk factors which have been informed by the elements of the convention and by the historical experiences of genocide in the past. Based on that, we also build the recommendations. And going again to the question of the difference the office has made in terms of recommendations, I can think of one to give you a very practical example that I think kind of embodies the sort of engagement that the Special Advisor can have with the Security Council, which is the establishment of UNITAD, the accountability mission for the crimes committed by Daesh in Iraq. And there was a lot of political dialogue at the time with the pen holders at the Security Council, and the Special Advisor made a very clear point that absence of accountability in that particular scenario would contribute to the commission of further crimes. Now, did the establishment of that mission contributed to the prevention of future crimes? We will never really know, but we think that that's the type of engagement that we should look at in a context that we should always bear in mind. And many of you may think that our office is a major department within the UN. We're a small office which has the size that is smaller than some of the regional divisions of the Department of Political Affairs. And our mandate is global, and our mandate relates to prevention on the hotspots and prevention at the early stages. It's not an excuse, but I'm just giving you the context of how important it is for our office to work with other parts of the United Nations system, knowing that these other parts of the United Nations system will tend to prioritize their own mandates. No? But that's why integrating this assessment dimension is so important. And for that, the support of member states is absolutely essential. And I want to take this opportunity, perhaps as the last point, to acknowledge the consistent support that the government of Armenia has been providing our office, precisely to conduct its operational work. That's extremely important, and part of the political dialogue consists also in explaining to member states the importance of this particularly dedicated mandate within the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, amazing panelists, for all the work that you are doing and for the conversation that we had today and for sharing your insights. Thank you, dear audience, for being with us until the very end of today's forum. I know there have been many questions that we didn't manage to answer, so let's continue the conversation, and starting from tomorrow's 10 a.m., the forum will go on, and you will have the time and the opportunity to ask more questions to other panelists and network with our panelists as well. Once again, thank you for the amazing and engaging discussion, and thank you for being with us.